Servus. Willkommen im Tartaria-Channel. Ich hoffe, ihr seid alle fit soweit. Habt das Wochenende entspannt erlebt, Spaß gehabt, das Wetter genossen, alles was da war. Ich freue mich, dass ihr alle da seid. Und ja, ich habe wirklich ein saugeniales Video gefunden. Ich muss das wirklich so sagen. Ich war geflasht und ich möchte das euch wirklich nicht vorenthalten. Das sind wirklich sage und schreibe fast 4 Stunden, aber die es in sich haben. Warum in sich, werdet ihr sehen, weil wirklich sehr viel in letzter Zeit passiert. Das spürt ja jeder für sich. Ich hoffe, mein Ton und so weiter ist okay. Vorab als Info, ich werde eventuell schon morgen mit einem Teil davon anfangen. Deswegen ist es mir wichtig, dieses Video als Gesamtes mit euch gerne anzuschauen, weil wirklich sehr, sehr viel Symboliken ja versteckt werden oder falsch interpretiert werden. Sie zu erkennen sind in Filmen, wie auch in Büchern und so weiter. Und ich denke, es ist Zeit, mal jetzt hier mal so langsam ein bisschen mehr in die Tiefe zu gehen und auch mal, ich würde mal sagen, aufzuräumen. Und viele, ich weiß es, haben auch gefragt, wann das hier mal so in den deutschsprachigen Raum mal mehr etabliert wird. Ich fasse jetzt mir wirklich den Mut zusammen. Ich bin auch ganz ehrlich, viele Dinge sind wirklich schwer zu verstehen, obwohl viele sagen, es ist sehr, sehr einfach, was das betrifft. Um euch mal kurz einen Einblick zu geben, worum es hier überhaupt geht. Lasst mich euch hier freischalten. Desktop. So. Wie einige ja schon wissen, ich habe mal 1, 2, 3 Videos gemacht, unter anderem hier von diesem jungen Mann aus Amerika, der sich sehr viel mit Symboliken beschäftigt, was mit dem Torusfeld, mit der Energie des Körpers und die Symboliken, wie ihr hier seht, mit den Sternkreiszeichen, habe ich das jetzt richtig gesagt? Ja. Ich sage mal mit der Theorie der flachen Erde, wie das zusammenhängt, wie ihr hier seht. Wir befinden uns in einem elektrischen Raum. Alles läuft über Elektrik, Frequenzen, Farben, alles hängt miteinander zusammen, egal um was es geht, in der wirklichen Tiefe. Und ich sehe auch darin, um bestimmte Dinge in der Vergangenheit erstens zu verstehen und vielleicht auch sich daran zu erinnern, was in der Vergangenheit wohl falsch gelaufen ist, warum wir heute so leben und so weiter und was uns genommen wird. Die Zeit ist einfach da und die ist sehr wichtig, das jetzt mit aufzuarbeiten, weil vieles wird ja bekanntlicherweise für das Falsche benutzt und wir sind indoktriniert worden und benutzen das auch falsch, erkennen es nicht. Und mir ist das wirklich wichtig, diese Sachen hier mal mit zu veröffentlichen. Ich muss jetzt am Anfang wirklich mal sagen, so 4 Stunden Video übersetzen, das würde den Rahmen für mich komplett sprengen, zeittechnisch. Das funktioniert nicht. Wie gesagt, das Video jetzt hier, und ich möchte mit euch zusammen die Reise hier machen, ist sehr wichtig aus der Sicht diesem YouTuber, der hat eine große Fangemeinde unter anderem. Es gibt mehrere YouTuber, die sich mit diesen Themen beschäftigen. Ich habe ihn jetzt gefunden, weil ich daraus aus seinem Repertoire ein paar Dinge auch rausnehmen werde für die nächsten Sendungen. Und er beschreibt auch Filme, allein schon vom Trailer her erklärt er euch, was für eine Botschaft darin versteckt ist, wie das zu verstehen ist. Und das hat alles hier mit diesem Torusfeldern, mit diesen zusammen, das hängt alles miteinander zusammen. Das ist unglaublich. Das Thema ist mega groß. Und das es ist Zeit. Es ist Zeit, dass jeder lernt, das zu verstehen. Weil wenn wir das verstehen, dann verstehen wir eigentlich, wie die Welt funktioniert. Wir verstehen, wie die Matrix funktioniert. Wir verstehen, wie wir aus der Matrix herauskommen. Und das ist wichtig zu verstehen. Meine persönliche Meinung. Ihr könnt gerne in den Kommentaren eure Meinung mal dazu schreiben und auch wie euer Stand des Wissens ist. Ja, ihr alle kennt die Matrix-Trilogie. Ich bin noch am Übersetzen. Da steckt so viel Symbolik drin. Das hat alles hier mit diesem hier zu tun. Ich zeige euch Beispiele. Hier. Was symbolisiert das Auge? Das Auge ist immer präsent. Ihr wisst, wovon ich rede. Das Auge ist immer präsent. Warum? Das wird heute der Schlüssel sein. Und das ist auch der Einstieg zu den ganz anderen Themen, die eigentlich mit dem Auge auch zu tun haben. Und da rede ich zum Beispiel über Portale. Ich habe ein interessantes Video gesehen über Portale von diesem jungen Mann hier, der sowas von genial ist. Ich werde euch das alles in der Beschreibung verlinken. Schaut euch das dann nochmal in Ruhe an. Ich lasse hier den Untertitel nachher laufen. Noch was hinzu möchte ich fügen. Dieser Mann ist auch clever in dem, wie er spricht und was für Wörter er benutzt. Das Wort an sich hat schon eine Bedeutung, das wissen wir alle. Und er tut manche Wörter anders aussprechen. Das hat seinen Grund, warum er das tut. Deswegen wundert euch nicht, wenn in der Übersetzung manchmal so kuriose Wörter, und viele werden Englisch verstehen. Es ist wirklich nicht schwer. Diese Untertitelgeschichte hier läuft im Rahmen dessen, dass man es verstehen kann. Er zeigt auch sehr viel. Und was ich sagen möchte ist, das, was hier zusammengefasst, er hat einen ganzen Zusammenschnitt von all seinem Wissen in diesen 4 Stunden reingepackt. Wahnsinn. Es ist wirklich genial. Es ist sehr genial. Und da werdet hier der eine oder andere vielleicht etwas Neues entdecken. Für mich auch. Ich habe einige neue Sachen auch dabei gesehen und gelernt. Nur wie gesagt, es ist sehr, sehr umfangreich. Der Stream wird aufgenommen, der ist auch dann hier im Portal nochmal nachträglich verfügbar, mit Untertiteln natürlich. Und wir werden, wie gesagt, versuchen hier mal immer wieder einzelne Aspekte rausnehmen und uns dann damit beschäftigen. Zum Beispiel habe ich schon die Vorbereitung getroffen über das Symbol mit dem Ankh. Das dürfte jeder kennen, dass diese Hieroglyphe mit diesem Ankh, was das bedeutet. Was symbolisiert es? Ich werde jetzt nicht genau darauf eingehen, aber das wird auch hier in dem Video mit angesprochen. Warum die Sonnenanbetung? Ja? Was hat der Ankh für eine Funktion? Da habe ich noch einen zweiten Artikel, wird alles dann in der Sendung, wird es alles verlinkt. Für die dem Englischen nicht so mächtig sind, noch einen kleinen Tipp am Rande. Wenn ihr euch den Yandex-Browser via App, via Desktop-PC runterladen tut, ihr könnt die komplette Seite euch intern, da gibt es hier so eine Funktion, so wie hier oben, ihr seht es ja mit der Maus, könnt ihr das intern übersetzen. Und das heißt nicht nur den Text, sondern ihr könnt auch die Bilder übersetzen. Wenn ein Text im Bild hinterlegt ist, könnt ihr das euch nochmal übersetzen. Und der Inhalt ist wirklich entscheidend. Ja, der Rest ist ja egal, ne? Aber das meiste kommt hier rüber. Was sind die Pyramiden? Ja, dann kommen wir auf das dritte Auge. Und noch was mit dem dritten Auge. So, ich habe da wirklich jetzt auch mal ein bisschen recherchiert. Man sollte damit ein bisschen vorsichtig sein. Ich habe eben gesagt, wir reden auch über Portale. Und wenn das einfach mal, es wird so hier, ich sage mal so angepreist, öffnet dein drittes Auge und so weiter. Leute, ihr müsst da auch ein bisschen aufpassen. Ich wäre damit vorsichtig, weil der könnte auch sich ins Gegenteilige herausprojizieren. Und das könnte dann eine fatale Erfahrung werden. Deswegen möchte ich diese Themen hier ansprechen, weil vieles wird auch uns hier, ich sage mal, das ist kurios, wenn man mal richtig aufpasst, was nicht zensiert wird und was zensiert wird. Und das ist ganz wichtig zu verstehen. Das, was, wie wir ja wissen, ähm, nicht so öffentlich durchkommt oder weggenommen wird, da steckt einem meistens ein bisschen mehr Wahrheit, wie das, was total im Umlauf ist. Ja? Genauso wie ich das auf TikTok gesehen habe. Ich bin ja wirklich auf allen Medien unterwegs, um mich da zu informieren, was der Stand der Dinge ist. Ist auch zum Beispiel, und ich lasse mich gerne eines Besseren belehren, wird immer wieder propagiert, wir kommen in die 5. Dimension. Ich wiederhole mal, wir kommen in die 5. Dimension. So, darauf ist jetzt die Weltbevölkerung ausgelegt. Ja? Das hörst du überall, auf TikTok, Facebook, egal wo. Aber wer sich mit dem Thema Matrix befasst hat und auch die Matrix-Trilogie, oder jetzt sind es ja schon 4 Teile, wer den 4. Teil gesehen hat, der wird doch verstehen, was ich jetzt damit gesagt habe. Okay? Das so am Rande als Info. Ich weiß, es sind jetzt 4 Stunden. Ich will nicht so viel quatschen heute. Wie gesagt, wir werden Sendungen machen. Ich werde auch Begleitung dabei haben und wir werden darüber diskutieren. Gemeinsam und unsere Erfahrungen austauschen im Stream. Das möchte ich, das wünsche ich mir. Es sind viele kluge Menschen hier immer dabei und ich bedanke mich auch, dass ihr alle da seid. Auch in den Kommentaren. Wirklich super Antworten. Bei manchen verstehe ich nicht, dass da wird irgendwas reingeschrieben. Das ist, ja, wenn jemand einen Kommentar schreibt, dann schreibt doch auch eine Begründung, warum ihr das nicht für richtig haltet. Ich finde das viel wichtiger, anstatt nur zu sagen, das ist falsch, das ist Hobby oder sowas. Das finde ich nicht in Ordnung. Es ist schöner zu hören, hört zu, ihr liegt da falsch, auch wenn es ein übersetzter Artikel ist. Meine Meinung ist, und dann Beispiele dazu. Dann finde ich das toll, weil es ist nicht für uns nur wichtig, sondern für alle, die die Kommentare auch lesen, ihren Teil dazu beitragen können und sagen, so oder so ist es nicht. Dafür ist dieser Kanal gedacht. So am Rande. Ansonsten, wie gesagt, möchte ich euch das Video jetzt einfach mal starten. Ich hoffe, ihr habt genauso viel Spaß wie ich. Im Chat bin ich dabei. Ich werde den heute nicht einblenden. Die, wo YouTube haben, sehen den Chat. Die anderen, die über Telegram eventuell mitgucken. Wenn ihr, ich weiß, viele mögen YouTube nicht, kommt in den YouTube rein. Ihr könnt in dem Chat mitschreiben. Und Telegram-Chat bin ich parallel auch da. Bloß meistens ist es wirklich so, es ist unglaublich, dass, wenn Livestream läuft, im Telegram der Chat auf einmal ruhig ist, was ja schön ist. In letzter Zeit ist es sowieso etwas ruhiger geworden. Unser Wochenthema ist auch fertig. Wir werden ein neues Thema bald starten. Da möchte ich noch nicht so viel dazu sagen. Es wird eine Überraschung auf jeden Fall. Hängt auch mit diesem hier zusammen. Okay, so. Ich hoffe, ihr habt eure Snacks bereitgestellt, eure Getränke und was noch alles dazu gehört. Ich halte jetzt den Mund und lasst uns die Show wirklich genießen. Es ist wirklich mega interessant. Und ja, vielleicht können wir dann danach nochmal, wenn noch einige da sind. Ich weiß, viele müssen auch noch arbeiten gehen. Nichtsdestotrotz. So, ich hoffe, die Technik funktioniert auch. Also, wie gesagt, mit der Technik bin ich hier immer abhängig. Sollte das sein, der Stream wird abgebrochen. Ich werde den Stream zeitnah wieder restarten und werde von dort weitermachen, wo wir aufgehört haben. So für euch, falls es so ist, dass wir hier rausfliegen aus dem Internet, dann werde ich so schnell wie möglich den Stream weitermachen. Ansonsten viel Spaß beim Schauen. Ton und sowas, schreibt mir rein, wenn alles okay ist. Dann bin ich auch entspannt und kann mich zurücklehnen und mit euch genießen. Bis dahin, wir sehen uns. Viel Spaß beim Schauen.
It is written, the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eye is single, the whole body shall be full of light. But if your eye is evil, thy whole body will be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. Then Saul arose from the ground, and when his eyes were opened, he saw no one, but he received his sight, and was filled with the Holy Spirit. Immediately there fell from his eyes something like scales, and he received his sight at once, and he arose and was baptized, born again. Even though our outward man is perishing, yet the inward man is being renewed day by day. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, is working for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. While we do not look at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. To the truth. The clues to the truth about the nature of our reality and where we will find the answers. Kingdom of heaven is within. For God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. These are the eyes of good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes and desirable, she took of it and ate of it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew they were naked. They knew they were naked because they could see outwardly Do you see the pattern here of truth? It is simply undeniable. A theme running through the entire Bible of the eyes. God opening people's eyes inwardly rather than outwardly. Inwardly to find the answers hidden within our own anatomy. The narrow gate back to heaven. The only way is the belief in Jesus Christ and God through the proof of the only person that could have known, the only one that could have ever known what the inside of our body looked like. And that is the one who created us. And there is your faith, hiding in plain sight. Thanks to the subscriber who mentioned to me all of the I devices that we have that try to replace the I am with the I of the material world. Instead of the I, which is the Greek word for E-Y-E, I, we have the apple. The apple is, of course, the fruit, the forbidden fruit of the garden. And when Eve partook of the fruit, her eyes were opened and she could see into the outer world. Now, this is important because inside the apple, we've shown you the scarab, and the scarab beetle forms the torus field, the toroidal field. The torus is the coriolis. It is the apple. This looks like an apple. And this is the image we see against the night sky at the equator. Remember, this is it. This is the secret that they didn't want us to know. But now we know. And when Eve took a bite of the apple, her eye was opened. So, what does this look like? The lamp of the body, somatos, is the eye. If therefore the eye of you clear, the whole body of you full of light will be. So now we can begin to piece together what the body is. It's all of us, the body of Christ. And I'm going to demonstrate that to you further. That what he's talking about is the stars. And that if, in fact, we are clear, then the sky will be full of light. But if the eye of you is evil, all the body of you full of darkness will be. If then the light that within you darkness is, that darkness how great? And that is the void, the night sky. Now, Jesus was quoting Enoch because Enoch said, I beheld another splendor and the stars of heaven. I observed that he called them all by their respective names, and that they heard. In a righteous balance, I saw that he weighed out with their light the amplitude of their places and the day of their appearance when they were born, and their conversion to Christ. Splendor produced splendor, and their conversion was into the number of the angels and of the faithful. And that's you and I. Then I inquired of the angel who proceeded with me and explained to me secret things. what their names were. And he answered, A similitude of those has the Lord of spirits shown you. They are the names of the righteous who dwell upon the earth. We are the stars, and who believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. So this is saying that the stars, based on your righteousness, is the amplitude. It's weighed out in the light of your star. And that is why Jesus said, the lamp of the body is the eye. And if therefore the eye of you is clear, the whole body of you will be full of light. Because Jesus was telling you the secret of the universe, that your eye is single, and that if it's clear, this is the vitreous fluid inside of the eye, and it can either be clear or it can be dark. If your eye be single, the body of Christ, will be full of light. The heavens will be full of the stars. There will come a day when the stars fall from heaven, as we've heard in other books of the Bible. And my guess is that it will be all of the unrighteous souls as God releases judgment upon this earth. This is the eye, the apple of my eye. The apple is the eye. This is your lens. This is the surface of planet Earth. Or we may live under this dome. And this is the middle of your eye, where standing on this dome, you see the night sky like a torus field, as seen in images like this and this, branching off in divergent directions, with the middle being straight up and down. Wow. Unbelievable.
Pearls before swine. The place called Peniel, where Jacob saw the face of God. The pearls of the gates of the new heaven. What do all these scriptures really mean? Here's what we know. Pearl will form the gates in heaven, one at each of the 12 gates. So, pearls must be clean things if they are forming the gates of heaven. We also know that Jacob talked about the gates of heaven and laying his head down on a stone and waking up from a dream state. And we know that the pineal gland regulates REM sleep and your circadian rhythm. And in Jacob's dream, he saw the gate of heaven, a ladder of angels ascending and descending, the gates of pearls. Since these pearls form the gates of heaven, they must be clean. We also know that the new heavenly city will be a cube, 12,000 furlongs squared. It is a cube. So now the question becomes, how did the Bible know, long before they had microscopes, that the nacreous layers of a pearl were made out of 3D cubes? We all know how they knew, but some are still unconvinced. What you're looking at are microscopic images of pearl nacre, the outer layer of the pearl. You will notice the perfect hexagonal shapes that form the layers, the same shapes seen in the column basalt rock beneath our feet, all around the world. Pearls are made of calcium carbonate, the exact same substance that calcifies around and in your pineal gland. You see, your pineal gland is, in essence, a pearl. Calcium carbonate. Look at these images of the iridescent nacre of the pearl. This effect is structural, not pigment. It results from the refraction of light, causing a rainbow of colors. Is the rainbow really a reflection of something above us? Just like the rainbow we see in the pearls? Maybe even the firmament. In another dream where Jacob wrestled with God, he saw the face of God in a place called pineal. Again, the pineal-induced dream state. Pearls before swine. Clean inside the unclean. The pearl inside the scallop or the oyster. It's all there. And the 12 gates of heaven, the 12 tribes of Israel, become the 12 intercranial nerves and the 12 ribs, exonerating us from these beast bodies once and for all as we enter the gates of heaven. You see, they found these calcium carbonate crystals inside of the pineal gland that look a lot like the surface of a pearl. They isolated these crystals from the organic matter in the pineal gland, and they found these cubic, hexagonal, and cylindrical morphologies. This is unbelievable. The crystal edges were sharp, but the surfaces were rough. And what they found was that these crystals were made out of calcite, and they're only found in the human body one other place, and that is in the otoconia of the structure of the inner ear. These crystals of the inner ear were once thought to be responsible for motion, but they think that this theory might have to be reevaluated because when they blindfolded an owl in zero gravity, it was able to keep its head level while the handler was rocking it back and forth. And so now they think that there is evidence that mammals retained some of their ancestral acoustic sensitivity with regard to these crystals in the inner ear, which means this has something to do with sound. Hiding in plain sight in the center of your pineal gland. You can't make this up.
It could very well be possible that we are living inside of the shape of God's eye, with the lens, the backside of the lens, being the shape of our earth, a hill, and the equator being halfway from the top of that hill to the bottom, and then at the bottom being the Antarctic ring. And that from the equator perspective, the reflection that we get on the night sky could in fact be the reflection of how the stars travel at the equator. And that would make sense in a giant globe mirror that would be surrounding us around that eye, around that lens, and that globe mirror being the retina of your eye. So I decided to look again to the Bible and think of all the verses talking about the eye, that we were made in God's image, and that maybe that means that we were made inside of God's eye. And I thought about all of the other verses in the Bible that talk about the eye, how we will be transformed inside the twinkling of an eye. And maybe that twinkling isn't in God's twinkling of his eye, in which the whole universe might exist, and that how the devil might want to hide this information, because if we knew that the stars above us and the earth below us was shaped like an eyeball, that we might find the truth, and that the truth could set us free, and we would never again doubt our Creator. And I think about the verse in Enoch. It talks about the skies above made to glorify God and to prove his creation. And when I think about that and what we just discovered, that makes perfect sense. Let's look at some more Bible verses about the eye and see if they fit in to what we just discovered. And when we look through the lens, pun intended, of the Bible with this thought in mind, everything I just described, things are seen in an entirely different perspective. That when they ate of the tree, their eyes were opened, and they should be like God's, the image of God's eyeball. And that the tree was good for food and pleasant to the eyes. And they repeat over and over the eye in the book of Genesis. And both of them, their eyes were opened, and they knew they were naked. And we think about what could be meant when Jesus said, "Let your eye be single and your whole body be full of light." And that he could be referencing the fact that if we understand that we live in the single eye of God, then we will understand the truth. And that when Jesus said that when our eye is single, that our whole body would be full of light, that when we understood that God is the eye that we live in, that our body is full of light, and that is when we become a star in heaven. But when their eye is evil, their body is full of darkness, which could be like the black holes of the heavens, those who do not have a star. And we can also see that the tree of life that she ate of, that Eve ate of, could be the retina at the back of the eye that looks like a tree. and that by eating of it, her eye was opened. And now I'm going to blow your mind, because if in fact we each have a star in heaven, as the book of Enoch tells us that we do, then could it be that the light coming in God's eye through the front is projecting our own life and brilliance onto the backdrop of the retina of our night sky, our universe that we see? And however brilliantly we shine on this earth is a direct demonstration of our stars in the sky. Could it be? Could it be? And when God kept Israel as the apple of his eye, we might be able to see what he's talking about here. And we think about Samson, whose eyes were put out. And we think about the blinding of one's eyes, and the fact that when people begin to die, their eyes grow dim. And we begin to understand that maybe this is the truth that we've all been kept from. And now we can begin to see other truths through this truth, that we're born in God's eye, in the womb, and that the placenta is like the retina. It is the image of God, and that the child is upside down, and our brain becomes the earth. And that the placenta nourishes our new soul, and that God is projecting from the outside world, and that is how conception occurs, through the lens, through the glass. And this is why the cervix of the uterus acts much like the lens, dilating and contracting. And we find scriptures like Psalms 11:4, that the Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children of men. And that the light could be shining through from the eyeball, and as we said, projecting the stars onto the retina of what we see as space. This is simply amazing. And the apple of the eye being the focal reflection or light source going in through the front of the eye, where God's throne is. And that when we ask God to be in the apple of his eye, which some of these verses state, that in fact we are wanting to be in God's favor. And it explains why the eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. And we begin to understand the as above, so below, that if God's throne is the light projecting through the lens, our stars on the heavens, as each of the righteous has their own star, according to the book of Enoch, that if that is the case, then also the light traveling through the lens of earth, it becomes our reality. When we think about physics, and that dust and light are what make up our reality, we see creation all around us, and that all around us is God. It is the manifestation of his handiwork, projected from his light, from his love, through the lens and onto the surface of our planet. And then we are projected through our righteousness onto the ceiling, so to speak, of the canopy of stars.
And remember I told you that I believe that we live on top of this convex lens Earth, and that this is the narrow gate back to heaven, the silver cord, the hyaloid canal? Well, we have an eclipse coming up. And I thought to myself, God is amazing. And if in fact we do live on top of the convex lens of the inner eye, then in fact there should be some kind of analogy to an eclipse. And lo and behold, there is. What I want you to do next is I want you to close your right eye. Yes, close your right eye. And I want you to stare at the L on your screen. And I want you to move your screen closer or further away from your eye, and you will see the R disappear as you were staring at the L with your left eye and your right eye closed. You just witnessed an eclipse of your eye. Now, why does this happen? It is because there is an area called the optic disc. It is where all the nerve fibers come in through the back of your eye. And curiously, blue bloods don't have this blind spot because their nerve fibers enter behind the rods and cones, whereas ours enter in front of the rods and cones. More confirmation. But this is what causes the blind spot. The absence of rods and cones to pick up the image. And your brain can trick your eyes into seeing the images. But lo and behold, you have a blind spot, as we just demonstrated, an eclipse of the eye. So I decided to take this further. And I realized that the disc is exactly what an eclipse is. It is a disc. And when I dug deeper, I was simply blown away, because there is such a thing as a crescent of the optic nerve head, as you're seeing right here. Yes, it is a crescent moon. So now we have what you're looking at here is what seems to be an eclipse in progress. At the base of your eye, where the hyaloid canal, the narrow gate, would have entered this exact spot. And there is where you will find the truth. As we've just demonstrated, the road to everlasting life is narrow. The gate is narrow, and few find it. Now you know the truth about where we live. Right down here. And this is the eclipse of the eye. And the eye-Earth model is now nearly complete. Because the lens of your eye is a prism. The lens of your eye is a prism, not a prison. It is a prism. And when you look at the eye and the lens, when the light comes through, it shines a rainbow prism pattern. We live on the convex lens Earth. This is the rainbow that we see in the sky when standing at 42 degrees. 42 degrees, 42 generations from Abraham to Jesus Christ.
the 42-degree angle of light from the lens, pointing us forward within to Jesus Christ, the crossing of the optic nerves on the cross. This is our universe, standing on the convex lens Earth, the stars fixed in the firmament around the inner eye. It's all come together now, you guys. And after these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth. Here are the 4 angels at the 4 corners, holding the winds of the earth. The earth is inside here on the interior convex lens of the inner eye. That is our universe. That the wind should not blow on the earth, nor the sea, nor on any tree. The tree being the interior retinal wall, which looks like a tree, and the sea being the vitreous humor inside the eye, the upper sea and the lower sea being the aqueous humor, which encases the iris underneath the cornea. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. That is this interior oblique muscle. There are 5 muscles in the eye, the 4 angels holding back the winds, and the oblique muscle coming from the east, just as it says in Revelation. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, the earth and the sea being the eye, right? Saying, hurt not the sea, not the earth, nor the trees. Do not hurt the eyes yet. The trees, the retinal wall, the earth, the inner convex lens, the seas, the upper and lower seas, the vitreous humor, and the aqueous humor. Hurt not yet those things till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads, the pineal position. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. It goes on to name the 12 tribes, 12,000 each. And I believe that these 12 nerves within the brain surrounding the throne of God, this is the temporal lobe, which looks like the armrest of a throne, and within the interior brain are 12 nerves that come out of the brain, cranial nerves, which handle all of the body's sensory mechanisms surrounding the throne of God. Now this is where it gets amazing. The 12 tribes are the 12 nerves, cranial nerves, the sensory perceptions. And after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all the nations and kindreds and peoples and tongues, stood before the throne. Here is the throne, the temporal lobe, the armrest of God. He is centered in the brain, the throne of God. As we see the armrests, the seat of the brain, and God tucked away in the middle, sitting inside the throne, the Son inside with him. Now vision is processed in the rear of your brain. He beheld this. There were tongues stood before the throne and before the Lamb. Your tongue is near the throne in your brain. Clothed with the white robes, the Lamb is white. These are the 144,000, and palms in their hand, a palm branch representing the triumphal entry of Jesus into Jerusalem, the victory of martyrs, and the victory of the Spirit over the flesh. Simply fascinating. And cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, the lobe of the brain, sitting in the center of it. And unto the Lamb, and all the angels stood round about the throne. Remember, these are the muscles coming off of the eye, and they stood around about the throne as they all converge back here near the nerves that we just showed you, the cranial nerves, the 12 tribes. They all stood about the throne and before the Lamb, which is the pineal gland. Sealed in the forehead, the pineal gland is the Lamb, and it releases serotonin, the substance of wakefulness, but is in a dance with melatonin, which causes sleepfulness, which I believe is the serpent side of us and us being locked into this day and night, good and evil balance in our lives, pulled out of the throne of God. And they all stood around the throne. The 5 angels that were mentioned, the 4 holding back the earth, and the extra one, which is the muscles surrounding the eyes, the superior muscle around the eye. And they all stood about and fell down and worshiped, just like you see in the picture here, all converging and falling and worshiping before the throne on their faces. And what you're looking at is the underside of the brain. And I believe that Revelation 14 is in fact talking about the underside of your brain. And I looked, and lo, the Lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. That is the pineal position. The pineal gland being at the center on the forehead of this face that we see here. The face that looks like the lion face, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, which is Jesus Christ. And I heard a voice from heaven, and the voice of many waters, and the voice of the great thunder. I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the 4 beasts and the elders, the 4 beasts being the 4 lobes on each side of your brain. And before the elders, no man could learn that song, but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth, redeemed from the eyes of good and evil, redeemed back to the Father. Now this is where it gets very interesting. They were they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. They are they which follow the Lamb, whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the firstfruits unto God and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no guile, for they were without fault before the throne of God. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear God, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth, and the sea, and the fountains of waters. And as we look at these images of the underbrain, we realize that all of these spindles coming up out of the center, these are the 12 cranial nerves on each side. The 12 cranial nerves coming up and around Jesus here. Here you see his legs. Here you see his chest and his face like the lion of the tribe of Judah, and his crown, which is all discussed here in Revelation. The third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, "If any man worship the beast in his image, you will receive the mark on his forehead or in his hand, the mark Xing out the seal on your forehead. The same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment is sent up forever and ever. And they have no rest day or night who worship the beast in his image." The beast being the lobe behind here. These are the beast lobes. There are 4 beasts, 4 sections of the brain. Now, in a previous video, I was talking about the 4 beasts, and this is where things get really exciting, because I found the 4 beasts. I think originally we thought that the beasts were made up the seat and the pieces of the brain, because there are also 4 main pieces to the top of the brain. But now I believe we found the beasts contained within the cerebellum. Now let's get into these 4 living creatures that were covered with eyes in front and the back. The first creature was like a lion. This is a cross-section of the cerebellum, like a lion. But here's where it gets even more interesting. The second was like an ox. And here is the cross-section that looks like an ox. You can see the facial features and the horns. This is the cerebellum here. The third face was like a man, another cross-section. Here we see the eyes, the mouth, the nasal cavities that look like a man. The fourth was a flying eagle. And here is our flying eagle. This is the cerebellum. This is the brainstem. And here we see the flying eagle. Here is another shot of it. You almost can see a beak on this bird with the wings floating outwards. In the center around the throne were 4 living creatures. And these were the creatures that we just described, with eyes all round. And each of the 4 creatures had 6 wings and was covered with eyes all around. And I believe that the 6 wings are in fact the 6 sets of nerves that seem to emanate from the back of the brain, from this area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I believe these are the 6 wings. Each of the 4 living creature had 6 wings and was covered with the eyes all around, even under its wings. Day and night they never stopped saying, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come." Whenever the living creatures give glory, honor, and thanks to him who sits on the throne and who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who sits on the throne and worship him who lives forever and ever. They lay their crowns before the throne and say, "You are worthy, our Lord and God, to receive glory, honor, and power. For you created all things, and by your will they were created and have their being." And as the 12 elders sit around the throne of God, again, this is the underside of the brain, which resembles this picture here. We are looking at the flat part here, and the cerebellum is here. And all of the elders worship before the throne. Surrounded the throne were 24 other thrones. 24 other thrones. This is the throne of God. As you can see, it is shaped like a seat. This is the cerebellum sitting in the throne. There were 24 elders, and we determined that the 24 elders are most likely leading over the tribes, the 12,000 of 12 tribes of Israel, which are the 12 cranial nerves that come up out of the brain. And then it says they were dressed in white and had crowns of gold on their heads. From the throne came flashes of lightning, rumblings, and peals of thunder. In front of the throne, 7 lamps were ablaze. And if you look at the human brain, there are 7 main parts: the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, temporal, occipital, limbic system, and hypothalamus, the cerebellum, and the brain stem. These are the 7 main parts of the brain. Here we see the Son of Man. Behold, a white cloud, and of course it looks like a white cloud behind him, the white matter of the brain. And upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown. And look on the head of this image, and there is a golden crown. And in his hand a sharp sickle, and we see the arms project out, and we see a sharp sickle ready to harvest the remnant, the 12 different nerves coming through the cranial cavity, to wipe away tears from our eyes and to wipe away any negative sensation, heat, hunger, and thirst, as it said in Revelation 7. These nerves responsible for those sensations. And another angel came out of the temple, this is the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, Thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And here is the other sharp sickle on the other side, which had power of fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for the grapes are fully ripe. And this is the harvest, right before your eyes, underneath the brain, 2 sharp sickles harvesting the earth. And they gathered the vine of the earth and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden within the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse bridles, by the space of 1,600 furlongs. Here it says, also in front of the throne there was what looked like a sea of glass, clear as crystal. And as you can see here, where the feet of God would be, the feet using the earth as his footstool, is in fact the optic nerves resting on the back of the eyes, his feet using them as a footstool upon the firmament, which would probably look like a sea of glass. Now, these discoveries in no way negate any of the Bible stories. These were actual events that happened. But within these events, God encoded the inner anatomy and workings of our brain to show his majesty, to show that he is God. Because only God would know the inner anatomy of the brain, the eyes, thousands and thousands of years before they would ever be discovered by man. And the crossing of the optic nerves being the cross structure and layout of the 12 tribes of Israel after the Exodus, laid out in their numbers, form a cross, signaling and pointing forward to Jesus Christ and his sacrifice on the cross for the new 12 tribes of Israel. 12,000 in each tribe, to fit into the New Jerusalem. The New Jerusalem, which is shaped like a cube, but it is the good light side cube, not the dark cube. For everything that God does that is good, the enemy will find something that is unholy and try to make it unholy. The New Jerusalem, the holy city, laid out in the book of Revelation. Pure gold like clear glass, brilliance like a very costly stone, as a stone of crystal clear jasper. The base of the city is laid out in a square and surrounded by a wall. And it says in Revelation 21 that the height, length, and width are all equal. That would be a square, a cube. And they measure 12,000 furlongs, 144 cubits for the 12 tribes of Israel. The New Jerusalem, perfect fit for the 12 tribes of Israel. Saying amen, blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be unto our God forever and ever, amen. And one of the elders answers, saying, What are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence they came? And I said unto him, Sir, you knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of the great tribulation, came out of the material realm, and have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb, white in the serotonin of Christ's sacrifice on the cross. The optic nerves crossing at the center of your brain, just around the pineal gland. Here are your optic nerves. One goes this way, they cross in the middle, and one goes the other way to your eyes. This is where Christ was crucified amongst the 12 tribes. 12 nerves coming out, cranial nerves. And the pineal is in this area somewhere where Christ was crucified on the cross, the crossing optic nerves. Sitting at the throne, in the lap, so to speak, of God. And this just blew me away, this next part. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple, the temple of God being the kingdom of heaven within your brain. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, thirst no more. The light, the sun will not light them, nor any heat. And guess what these different parts of the brain, what these cranial nerves control? Everything that we just talked about in Revelation. They control hunger, thirst, sunlight, heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne, that is the pineal gland, the white Lamb, shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters. These are the waters of heaven outside the firmament, outside of the rear of the eye. And God shall wipe away every tear from their eye, deflating the interior of our external vision, which causes us to sin, flushing out the vitreous humor, wiping away those eyes, in return for the internal kingdom of heaven, the waters outside the firmament. The King James Version talks about the fleshy tables of the heart. 2 Corinthians 3:3, For as much as ye are manifestly declared to the epistle of Christ, ministered by us, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of the living God, not in tables of stone, but in fleshy tables of the heart. These tables of stone were the 10 Commandments. The fleshy tables of the heart, some versions translate this as tablets of the heart, basically slices, cross sections, is how the Spirit of the living God manifests. It's right in our flesh. And when Christ was made flesh, there was something to that. That meant something deeper than the interpretation that we're told. It means that there's proof in the flesh of who God is, who the living God is. And it's almost like it is written down. And that's what we discover with the BodyCode series. Now, there's other clues about this in the Bible. When Jesus was out Mount Hermon, and he's talked to Simon Barona, and he said, "Who am I?" And Simon said, "You are the Messiah." And Jesus said back to him, "Blessed are you, because you understood this through the Spirit of God rather than through flesh and blood." What he was telling him was that there are different ways to understand the glory of God. Some are touched by him directly. That's where their faith comes from, of who the Messiah is. And others see it in the proof of the anatomy. And that's what we found. It started out with the discovery that the eye, your human eye, which is what you're looking at here, actually is an analogy of a child in a womb. Now, when we discovered this, it was unbelievable, because think about it. The child crowns here at the base of the cervix, which is like the iris of the eye. And the child is bathed in amniotic fluid, which is like the vitreous humor of the inner eyes, like this jelly-like fluid. And in fact, there's a strange substance called Wharton's jelly. And guess what? Wharton's jelly is only found in the human body in two places: the vitreous humor of the eye and the umbilical cord of the child. So those two places confirm that there is a direct relation between the womb and the eye. Wharton's jelly, look it up. Now, there's much more to this, but I'm just kind of doing an overview. We're going to touch on the comparisons of the inner eye to the womb, and then we're going to follow the pathway of light into the eye, and I'm going to show you some other fascinating things about the nature of our reality. So, there's an umbilical cord that goes into the child to the mother's placenta. And so you have all these other similarities between the womb and the inner eye. You have the retina of the eye, which provides life-giving nourishment, okay, to the eye and the wall of the eye here. And that is similar to the placenta that surrounds the child and gives life-giving nourishment. The umbilical cord is like a structure in the inner eye called the hyaloid canal, which comes from the source at the back of the eye into the lens, and it provides nourishment to the lens of the eye. But in pregnancy, the umbilical cord goes from the mother to the child. So you've got all these similarities. You also have in the wall, the lining of the back of the eye here, what are called different structures, rods and cones. You have also, there's different structures that resemble grapes, figs, and pomegranates. They resemble fruit in the womb, and we'll go into that in more detail on another show. I'm just giving you an overview right now so you can understand that there's something to this. And even the 40 weeks of gestation of the human child in the womb relates back to development of the inner eye. So you have what amounts to a system of Russian dolls, shells within shells of reality, okay? All pointing back to the source, which is God. So what is this pathway of light? Okay, we just showed you how the womb and the inner eye are very, very similar structures, and there's a reason for that, because there's truth in it. God's trying to show us something. So, as we know, light enters the eye. What you didn't probably know is that the image goes through the lens of your eye and is reversed. And so that image is projected on the back of the eye, as you can see here. Let's pull this up. So you get this reversal. Now, this makes sense because everything that the devil does is reversed. It's a hall of mirrors, this reality. And so the Bible talks about Eve's eyes being opened, and she was deceived by the serpent. So even though all that really happened, because again, I believe God exists on and manifests in several layers of reality, okay? Things can literally happen and then they spiritually happen. So it's not one or the other, it's all of it, okay? So basically, Eve's eyes were open, the lens cover was peeled back, and instead of her reality being one of internal, her reality began looking out into the material world. And that's where all the problems happen. You know, there's an interesting thing about people have lost their vision, who have no sight. They perceive reality much differently. So these would be people with congenital blindness. They perceive reality much differently than we do. And it even says in the New Testament, someone challenges Christ and asks him about why some people are born blind. And he said it's because it's supposed to be a manifestation of the glory of God. In other words, there's something to learn from blind people. So I looked a little bit into blind people, and I saw that the way that they perceive reality is much different than us. So the light comes in, it's reversed. So we're seeing an upside down inverted version. Your brain then turns it back around. But I believe in that flipping of the image back around, that's where the deception occurs, okay? This is where our reality has been altered. Now, this image is interesting because maybe you've seen it just a few times. Here's one of them. This is the hyaloid canal I was telling you about. It's a thin cord, and it's like the umbilical cord. And during the development of the child, this hyaloid canal provides life-giving nourishment to develop the lens of your eye. Then it disappears. And they know about this. They depicted it in several films. The hyaloid canal, which again is bathed in Wharton's jelly. Okay. So we talked about the light being inverted as it comes in through the eye. I believe what that is it represents the lower pyramids here on Earth, and that this is actually our Earth. The firmament above is the lining of the inner eye, and I believe everything else is inside the firmament. So people tell me, well, planets aren't real, all that stuff's not real. I believe that they're just magnified, maybe even pieces of space dust. Who knows? Space is up there. We know there's something up there because we can see it. But I believe it's all locked inside here. And then that the stars are locked in the firmament, which is exactly what the Bible says. And I believe that the motion that we see of the stars is an optical illusion. It's either the firmament moving or something outside the firmament, and it's all reflections. Or it could even be the space inside that's rotating from the power of God. And I believe that the sun and the moon, just like the flat earthers talk about, is rotating above us. We are the center of it all. And this pyramid is called a chromatic aberration. It is the lower pyramid. This is where the image, before it flips, it forms this pyramid. And it's like a rainbow. Let's pull this back over here. Okay, so you can see it better. So here's your chromatic aberration. It occurs here. It's a haloing effect from impurities in the lens. Some people have a faulty lens, and because of that, you get a rainbow effect. It's called chromatic aberration. Somewhere over the rainbow would be God. I saw still another mighty angel coming down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was on his head. His face was like the sun, and his feet like pillars of fire. He had a little book open in his hand. And now we know what the little book is, and now we know what the rainbow is. Because a rainbow can only be viewed at 42 degrees. And here we see the trochlea, which is the little open book. And we see the angle at approximately 42 degrees. This is a 42 degree angle that I am placing on top of this image of the trochlea, which is the open book here. This is the angel coming out of the east. And when we place this angle on here, we see the truth. The truth that 42 degrees is in fact the angle. It says here, and he set his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land. We see that as well with this muscle here as it rotates around the entire eye. Part of it is on the sea, the vitreous humor, and part of it is on the land. But this goes on even further, because then he cried out with a loud voice as when a lion roars. When he cried out, 7 thunders uttered their voices, and a rainbow has 7 colors. The 7 thunders. And he said, I was about to write, but I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, seal up the things which the 7 thunders uttered, and do not write them. The angel whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land raised up his hand to heaven and swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created heavens and the things that are in it, the earth, the things that are in it. And you see here, when he raised up his right hand to heaven, this is exactly what we are looking at here. And the sea and the things that are in it, that there should be delay no longer. But in the days of the sounding of the 7th angel, when he is about to sound, the mysteries of God would be finished, as he declared to his servants, the prophets. Then John eats the little book. A voice which he heard from heaven spoke to me again and said, go take the little book, which is open in the hand of an angel who stands on the sea and on the earth. So I went up to the angel and said to him, give me the little book. And he said, take it and eat it, and it will make your stomach bitter, but it will be sweet as honey in your mouth. Then I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it, and was it sweet as honey in my mouth. But when I had eaten it, my stomach became bitter. And he said to me, you must prophesy again about many peoples, nations, tongues, and kings. And they shall tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. So now we know what the angle is. The angle of the angel, the 42 degrees of the rainbow. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud and a rainbow upon his head. And its face were the sun, and its feet were pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little open book. And he had set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot upon the earth. Now these other 4 bands of muscles coming in around the eye are the four angels at the four corners of the earth, with the four winds mentioned in Revelation. But this other angel coming out of the east fits the description of this muscle exactly. The little book is the trochlea. The trochlea, a bone that holds in this muscle here. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven. Lifted up his hand to heaven, the hand holding the book. And this is where the deception occurs down here. This is why the Illuminati used a pyramid with an all-seeing eye above it, because they want to be God on earth. They want to basically command all of your senses and command all of your belief systems. But then if you could find your way through the narrow gate, which is the hyaloid canal, back to heaven, back through the waters of the vitreous humor, back through the Russian dolls, the truth of the kingdom of heaven is truly inside of you. So what happens to the light once it goes into the eyes? Well, we get is what is called a crossing. And this is the cross. This is where it confirms the living God. What's important to note is all of this links into the Bible that was written long before knowledge of this anatomy or how the anatomy worked. Anyone could have dissected human brain and seen some of this stuff, but did they actually know how the eyes worked? So let me take you through the rest of the pathway of light. So what we have is the cross. Your optic nerves come out of the back of your eyes and they cross in the center. They then flip to the opposite side of your brain. Do you see how we've got all of these reversals happening? So you've got the image reversing inside the eye, and then that image crossing to the opposite side of your brain and being inverted again. So it's no wonder why we call it a hall of mirrors, this reality. So I believe that the eyes, these are just observations, the eyes actually represent the two thieves on the cross. Christ was crucified in the middle, where the crossing optic nerves happen. Right in the middle here. The thieves are at his side. Christ basically recreated the inner brain anatomy at his crucifixion. One thief believed, and he said, "Since you believe, you will be with me in heaven or paradise," is what Jesus said to one of the thieves, even though both of them were trying to steal salvation. That's why I believe they were called thieves, because looking out into the material is what steals your salvation, right? A thief steals things. And so I believe that this is what was being depicted here. And so Jesus said, "You will be with me in paradise." Now, why would he say that to the thief on the right? Because what did he say? Cast your net to the right side. He was talking about your brain. Your right side of your brain is known by science and acknowledged by science to be the messianic part of your brain. It is a part of the brain where you believe that you need a savior. Left brain thinkers are people that feel like they believe in science and they don't believe in anything outside of themselves. They believe in things that they can touch and feel without the faith part. Now, why would Jesus say, if your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out? If your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off? because your right side is controlled by your left brain. Everything is flipped around. He was telling you to cut off your science brain if it causes you to sin. How did he know all this? How did they know that the opposite sides of your body were controlled by the opposite side of your brain? Because this confirms the living God, that he knew the human body. Now, these optic nerves cross in the middle. And this is where Jesus was crucified at the cross. There's something else here. This is where your pineal gland is. This is where you have your link, your spiritual link to heaven is through your pineal. That's your spiritual experience. That's how we talk to God. There's crystals in your pineal gland. I believe that is a mechanism by which God talks to us. And this center part of where your optic nerves cross is called the optic chiasm. That's interesting because when they describe the chiasm, it's described in an outline format. Everyone did outlines in school, right? Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, right? Well, when they describe this in that format, you have A, B, which is I1, I2, AB, but then when it comes out the other side, it's BA. It's reversed. And that spells Abba, which is Father. And Christ said on the cross, Abba, take this cup from me. Well, this forms a cup. The cup is reversed. It goes to the Father. The cup inverts. That would be Jesus giving the cup back to his Father. Because it is done. The crucifixion completed what he had to do. Now it's all up to God. If you believe in him, if you believe in Jesus, you will be saved. Now, the back of the brain where vision is processed is a place called the arbor vitae. This is the name that anatomy has given this part of your brain, the arbor vitae. It's called the cerebellum. Arbor vitae translates from the Latin as tree of life. So Jesus is the one that gets you back to the tree of life. Now, stuff like this, you would think, wow, this is the first time I've heard this. Why isn't this mainstream on YouTube? Because they hide this information. No one else really has discovered this. But I wanted to share it with all of you guys. Because this is where you find the hope. Because all of this was hidden from you. This was public knowledge at one time. This was, patriarchal knowledge from ancient times, but it was hidden over the years, over the millennia, to steal your faith. These thieves stealing your faith. But see, God said at the end times he would increase knowledge, and we would all know more things to help us get through these end times.
The discovery of our Messiah within us. What is the strong delusion? Let me explain it to you. It is when your ego prevents you from realizing the truth about what lies just beneath the skin. And that is proof of the Savior, proof of what has been a question mark in the minds of many, going back to the time that he walked this earth. And the strong delusion is real because what your ego does is deep inside of you. It stops you from believing. And God says, if you don't want to believe, if you don't want to humble your heart, he'll make that happen for you. And so what you really need to ask yourself is, what is stopping you from believing in something higher than yourself? Is it because you have never been given proof? Is it because you had something very terrible happen to you in the early part of your life? Is it because when you look around you, you see the suffering? and you don't know why. Well, here's your proof. And the Bible answers all of those questions about why there is suffering in the world. It's not God's fault. It is the fact that he's given even the devil a choice. We all have a choice. But soon he will take away that desire to do evil. He will take away that choice to do evil. But only if you endure till the end and you turn your back on evil will you begin to understand and be accepted into that new kingdom. And that is the truth. Now, to deny what is right before your eyes, to me, is the abomination. It is the rejection of the Holy Spirit. The people that have the Spirit in them see as clear as day what they are being shown. And that is that from the beginning of time, God incorporated our beast bodies, showing us in our inner anatomy the truth about who he is and who his son is. Well, how did and why did they do that, Casey? Why? Why would God put that into our bodies? Because God is the Alpha and the Omega. He knows the beginning from the end. And this flesh suit that we have is a cursed version. So to lift the curse, he incorporated the plan of salvation into it. To me, that is simply amazing. It is wonderful. It is fantastic. So now the question becomes, do you accept this information? Not because I'm asking you for anything, not because I want you to think that I'm cool, because this was a gift. Not because I want to be elevated to something that I am not. This is simply so that you can have and feel what I felt when I saw this, and then so you can love God more. That is why. I mean, look at this. It even shows his robe that's wrapped around his waist when he was crucified. This is unbelievable and amazing. Here's the pineal here. You know, it's interesting, when Christ was crucified, they said that the temple veil was rent, which means ripped from top to bottom. And that almost to me sounds like the brain splitting. Now, I know the brain didn't split at that moment, but when man fell in the very beginning, maybe that is when we got our beast bodies and the brain split between left and right, between good and evil, between your Messiah right side of your brain and your left side of the brain, which is your science side of the brain. And at that point, we had the choice to do good or evil, dictated by the side of our brain that we were ruled by, right? And why does that tie into Jesus? Well, because Jesus was basically the redo of Adam. That's why Adam, God cursed him to work in the land with the thorns. Remember, that was part of the curse. And that's why Christ had to wear a crown of thorns. Okay? Till the cord as it enters into the brain. This is sectioned away. This is called a posterior midline, I believe they call it, midbrain section of the brain. So you can look, all this you can look up exactly for yourself. These are not altered photographs. They have been slightly stretched and moved to fit over, and I think that's fair game, but none of this imagery has been adjusted to make it look any more like what it is. What you're looking at is what it is. Fit over the image. This to me is the most profound one, because that's just unbelievable. You can see the leg muscles, the kneecap, the calves, the arms, the chest muscles, the stomach muscles, the head. This is all here on the cross. Now here's what's interesting. Christ is actually crucified on a cross, obviously. Well, just above this pineal position is the crossing of the optic nerves. This image here is from your neck. So if you're staring into someone's neck through their voice box and everything, up here you see the crossing optic nerves. This is called the optic chiasm. Now this is fascinating because this area where the optic nerves cross, this is coming out into your eyes. These are your optic nerves, and they cross in the middle. And here you see this wrapping effect, which would be like if you were looking from behind. Okay, the way that the bottom garb of a person who's crucified wraps over. So imagine you're looking at Jesus from behind, right? Wrapping around his bottom. And here is the cross he was crucified on. Okay, this is shocking. I mean, there it is right there. Hiding in plain sight. All these hundreds of years that they've known about human anatomy. This is called the arbor vitae. It is the cerebellum of the brain. So this is at the back of your brain. Again, we're looking at the back side of the brain, looking at the back of your neck. This is the cerebellum, and this is called the arbor vitae, which is the tree of life. That's what arbor vitae means in Latin. So here we have the tree at Jesus' feet as he's crucified up into the brain here. And there's your pineal gland. Okay. The reason why this is green is because they're basically calling out this structure. This is called a colliculus, I think. There are two. There's like a superior and an inferior colliculus, I think these are called. Okay. They form like the chest and stomach muscles of Christ here. So we have the clues, the tree of life. Now, I uploaded a video a couple days ago called the Sermon on the Mount, and here we were able to look at what the Sermon on the Mount really meant. If you haven't watched that video, this is amazing. Again, these are the deeper truths of the Bible. To think that God would only make one level of understanding to a Bible story is a narrow-minded thinking. God, he can do anything. He can incorporate several layers of meaning. And why do I say that? Well, guess what? The devil copies God. And what does the devil do in Hollywood films? He puts many layers of meaning into these Hollywood films. He's got a third grade version for the people that are of a third grade understanding of life, all the way into these finer details and higher understandings and of these things. These are the things we catch on this channel, right? We catch all this stuff in these Hollywood films and TV shows that no one else is catching. And I show it to you guys beyond a shadow of a doubt so that there's no doubt in your mind. Well, guess what? Where did the devil copy that from? He copied that from God. And yes, Bible stories do have multiple layers of meaning. I want you to understand that. Here you see the pectoral muscles. You see the biceps, the arms. You see him splayed out in the crucifixion position. You see the quadriceps here of the legs. You see even his robe, his crucifixion garb that is wrapped around his waist. It's all here. So I thought to myself, if this is here, then everything else has to be here too. The crown of thorns. And that's why we're here today. Large neuron detected around the brain, described as looking like a crown of thorns. I'm going to show you something else. It's going to seal the deal. image is, in fact, it's like 3 neurons. The lobes of the brain, these single cell neurons form this crown of thorns. But what I was looking for was something closer to the pineal gland. So as I looked at here, I saw the structure called the choroid plexus. And I said, that might be the crown of thorns. It is at the 3rd ventricle, just beneath the thalamus, which are these 2 kidney-shaped objects here. And there's this void here. This is called a ventricle. We're going to read about what ventricles are and what they do in the brain. Deeper into this, and I found out that the choroid plexus is a very interesting structure. Plexus that's near that 3rd ventricle. As I showed you, this is another view of it you're looking at. And it says here that the choroid plexus is a plexus of cells that produces the cerebrospinal fluid. This is what generates your cerebrospinal fluid in your brain. It consists of modified ependymal cells. Some of these fluids and things can be considered an organ because it's got its own system. But here we have a feedback system. The choroid plexus creates the cerebrospinal fluid, which never runs dry. It is, I believe, the well that Jesus talked about that never runs dry. And this is why these ventricles, which are these areas that hold the cerebrospinal fluid, it's infinite. It's like infinite waters. Now, there are 4 choroid plexuses in the brain, 1 in each ventricle. So there are 4 ventricles. Ventricles are simply just cavities. Let me show you some pictures so you can kind of wrap your brain around this, no pun intended. Now, these are the surface of the choroid cells. And indeed, they look like thorns. So if you were to magnify this picture, these rope-looking structures, they indeed do look like thorns. This is the surface of them. And again, this creates the well, this creates the water, the cerebrospinal fluid that circulates in your brain and in your spinal cord. Here's some more images of it. Here in this picture, they call it cilia. Actually, there's cilia and microvilli. There's both. Now, Jesus told the woman at the well, if you knew who I was, you would drink from the waters here. I think he said, from my heavenly Father, because the waters never run dry. You will not be thirsty again. Now, this is a different view, because remember, the view we showed you was from the back. So the view looked from back here, but from the side view, which are these same 2 rope-like structures, here, they're just depicted at a different angle. It almost looks like a crown here as well, the way they're depicting this. The pineal sits like right in here. The CSF-filled ventricles, the ependymal cells, play an important role in the production and regulation of cerebrospinal fluid. Their apical surfaces are covered with a layer of cilia, CSF, around the central nervous system. They're also covered with microvilli, which absorb cerebrospinal fluid. This is an amazing image. This is the ependymal cells, spinal column. And again, this even looks like a crown of thorns. But when they came to Jesus and saw that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. Instead, one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water flowed out. This is what is known as the spear of destiny, or the holy lance. This is the spear of destiny, the holy lance that pierced the side of Christ. This is the trochlear nerve. And in fact, it does pierce the side anatomically of the midbrain. Pectoral muscle, pectoral muscle, pectoral muscle. This nerve comes out from the side of the midbrain, just like the spear that pierced the side of Christ. In fact, this trochlear nerve is the only nerve to come out through the midbrain. It's the only one. Fibers from the trochlear nucleus cross over in the midbrain of the superior medullary velum and exit posterior. This is the only cranial nerve of the 12 to do so. It has the greatest intracranial length of all the nerves in your brain of the 12. It is the longest of all the 12. This is the optic chiasm, the cross, where the two optic nerves cross in your brain. And here is Jesus, hung on that cross, pierced in the side by the trochlear nerve, which controls eye movement, controls this muscle here that swivels your eye and actually points to the middle of your forehead, pointing the way to your pineal gland. When his side was pierced, blood and water came out. And in the cisternal portion of your trochlear nerve, which is, there are three portions: the cisternal, the cavernous, and the orbital. This one, the nerves rounds the cerebral punctacles in the ambient cistern. Cistern is water. Eventually, along with the oculomotor nerve, it runs between the superior cerebellar artery and posterior cerebral artery. Artery, blood, cistern, water. One of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water flowed out. This is the trochlear nerve piercing the side of Christ. This is your olfactory nerve. Let's go through here. A woman came to him with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume, which she poured on his head as he was reclining at the table. This is why we have this image laying down. I rotated the brain so that you could see Jesus laying down Here he is. This is this. Here are his legs. Here's his head. This is the pineal gland. This is his chest and his stomach. His arms outstretched right in the back of your neck. So I rotated this so it's laying down, and to my shock and surprise, the olfactory nerve. This is the nerve through which you smell. This is it here and has a bulb at the bottom. It looks like the bottom of honey being dripped out of a jar. And it's in exactly the place where it would need to be if the woman was anointing the reclining Jesus on the table. And here you see Jesus laying on the table, which is the spinal cord and these structures. And this yellow line represents the direction through which this olfactory nerve here is pouring into the front of your brain. This is unbelievable. And it seems like it's dripping off of the edge of a table. This is the flattened portion of your brain. And let's zoom this out. Here's another image of it. And what interests me is how they look at how different this part of the midbrain looks. This one looks like it almost has breasts, almost like to mock Jesus, right? But if you look here, the actual anatomy, the earlier images show a more flattened chest. This is the same structure as you're looking at over here. So you see, they're trying to hide the truth. They know what this means. Here's another image of it. Again, this is the Jesus part here. And you see, this is the olfactory bulb, as it says here. What do you do with perfume? You smell it. Now, the disciples had a problem with this. When they saw this, they were indignant. Why this waste? They asked. This perfume could have been sold at a high price and the money given to the poor. Aware of this, Jesus said to them, "Why are you bothering this woman? She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me. When she poured this perfume on my body, she did it to prepare me for burial." Now, there were a lot of other things that they did to Jesus to prepare him for burial. There was a shroud placed over him. He was put into a tomb. All of that is represented in the brain anatomy, and that's what we're going to get into next. Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, and what she has done will also be told in memory of her." There's your clue. Where memory is stored is where Jesus always knew the truth was. But the truth is a two-way street. And when he asked people to seek him with their whole heart, their whole soul, and their whole mind, you have to also want to know him to find this. Now, I'm shocked because the people that did this human anatomy, I wonder if they maybe worked for the light side. And then maybe part of their job was to carry this medical information down through into the last days in hopes that someone would wake up. In hopes that someone would snap out of it and see what was going on. But this goes deeper, you guys. Far, far deeper. Let's keep going with this. Now, this story goes on, the gospel goes on, and Jesus said, "The one who has dipped his hand into the bowl with me will betray me." Now, there are 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There's a set of 12. Do you think it's a mistake that there are also 12 disciples? So I looked right? Because if everything else is there, this has to be there as well. Lo and behold, here is the image of Christ. Here is him with his arms outstretched, his chest, his legs coming down. This is looking into the back of your neck. And indeed, the one with his hands in the bowl, which is your skull, with him, Jesus' hands, Judas' hands, right here, hiding in plain sight. This is the trigeminal nerve or trigeminal nerve. This is going to blow you away because this is the trigeminal nerve. Hand in the bowl with Jesus in the skull. Jesus replied, "The one who has dipped his hand into the bowl with me will betray me." In the previous BodyCode episode, we identified that as the trigeminal nerve. This is the hand in the bowl. Here's Jesus' chest muscles here, his stomach, his crotch area, the legs going down, and these are the hands in the bowl. This is that trigeminal nerve I just showed you. And I believe this nerve represents Judas, the betrayal. This is why he kissed Jesus on the cheek. That was an affirmation, cheek to cheek, right? You're with me in the bowl. Your hand is in the bowl. Ever wonder maybe that the getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar might have had some reference to the hand in the bowl? The trigeminal nerve comes out like a hand. Judas had his hand in the bowl. What is the bowl? The bowl is the skull. And that's where these trigeminal nerves go into. They go into your skull. Here's another amazing view of this. You can't deny this information, you guys. It's all there. This is Jesus made flesh. Here's the trigeminal ganglion. Now you're looking at the back, Jesus' back. And these nerves go into the face, okay? Here it is here. It looks just like a hand, the hand in the bowl. This nerve controls everything in your face, basically, the trigeminal nerve. I believe this is what Jesus was showing. This is what he was talking about. Hand in the bowl. Now, let's keep going with this because there's more. They came to a place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. It doesn't say skulls like a bunch of dead people, like a burial place. It's a skull. And what are we looking at here, you guys? All the structures of the skull. So the temple was torn. Tombs broke open. Then Jesus was buried. Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and placed it in his own new tomb that he had cut out of rock. He rolled a big stone in front of the entrance to the tomb and went away. Here's the large stone. This is your cerebellum. Depicted here, it is a large stone. This is the linen shroud. Zoom in on it. Oh, buddy. I'm having technical difficulties here. Here's the shroud. What you're looking at is the shroud covering the body of Jesus. Look at this. This is giving me chills right now. This is going over the middle of his stomach here. You see, let's zoom this out a bit. What you're looking at is the shroud that is covering Jesus. There's his chest, the pineal. Let's zoom out just a little bit here. The pineal gland's in here somewhere. This is his chest. He's laying down. Here's the shroud. Here's like his loin area and his legs coming out, rolled over the tomb. Now, this is crazy because it goes even further. Magdalene and the other Mary were sitting there opposite the tomb. So I looked for Mary Magdalene and the other Mary, and this is what I found. Those two red dots that you're seeing on your screen are called the mammillary body, which sounds like mammary. They don't know what these structures do exactly. They think it has something to do with memory. But when you think about Mary and the other Mary, opposite Jesus, opposite the tomb, what you're looking at here, this is the other Mary, and this is Mary Magdalene, representing the breasts, and they are opposite Jesus. Here's Jesus, there's his face and his chest right there, and his legs. Did you see that? When it swings around again. Here he is, right? I wish I could pause this, but there he is crucified. You can see the man in there. You can see it. There was a violent earthquake, for an angel of the Lord came down from heaven and going to the tomb, rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning. His clothes were white as snow. The guard were so afraid of him that they shook and became like dead men. This has not happened yet. What is this representing? Well, if I had to guess, this is where you got to use your own critical thinking. When the stone is rolled away and our brain is like released, all of this is released. To me, that is signifying the release of our beast bodies once Jesus returns. Jesus was in the tomb for 3 days. That was also represented in the 3 hours of darkness when he was on the cross. And there are 12 pairs of what are called intracranial nerves. These are all the nerves through which you experience this reality. There are exactly 12 pairs. There just so also happens to be 12 ribs in your body. Now, this is crazy because the first miracle of Christ, other than his miracle virgin birth, was that he was in the temple with the doctors. And he was fascinating them with his understanding and his answers. Now, what possibly could he have been talking about to fascinate these doctors at 12 years old? Remember, 12 ribs, 12 intracranial nerves. There's something to this. My guess is that it was his knowledge of the anatomy. This is a cross-section of the brain on the right-hand side. There are different types of cross-sections of the brain. You can either go vertically or horizontally. You can go from the top of the brain to the bottom of the brain. But at the end of the day, images begin to appear. In the midst of the elders, this is in Revelation, stood a lamb as though it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God, sent out into all the earth. And so I did this side by side of this cross-section of the brain and an actual lamb. And you can see I've numbered them, the corresponding parts. Here's the number 1. So the horns are in black. There are 7 horns on this lamb, and there are 7 eyes. Those are in red. And each component seems to be reflected in this single cross-section of the brain.
We are going to map, actually we've already mapped the human heart. This is it here. We're going to cover this single page of information. Now, I didn't get this from anywhere other than the Holy Spirit. I put all of this together myself. And it was meant for all of you to see. And I'm just flabbergasted. I mean, this is amazing stuff. So before we get started, to put the critics to rest, we're going to quickly go over the actual history of the heart and the discoveries that were actually made regarding the heart and what people actually knew about the heart back during the time that Jesus walked the earth. And basically, they knew very little. It says the valves of the heart were discovered by a physician of the Hippocratean school around the 4th century BC. So just 4 centuries, 400 years before Christ walked the earth. They were starting to uncover and discover the heart, although their function was not fully understood. They knew about arteries, they knew about a few things, but they thought that they thought the heart was empty and that there was no blood in it because blood pools in the veins after death. So they were far from counting any of these structures, okay? This goes on. They talk about air being inside the blood vessels. And they thought that that was the reason why people were alive. Some people thought that you actually breathe through your heart. They had all these different types of theories on how the heart worked. None of them were correct. Now, it wasn't until 1242 that they actually found additional information that started to piece together the heart long after Jesus was born and walked the earth and died a man on this earth. And it wasn't until the 1600s until they actually started being very specific about the anatomy of the heart and making the discoveries. Now, I'm not going to go through all this information, but all you simply have to do is type in heart, Wikipedia, and it will tell you exactly what the history of the knowledge of the heart was going back. And it was very, very, very limited during the time of Jesus. Now, many of you will remember that Jesus' first time that he spoke in the New Testament, he was speaking to doctors in a temple. Doctors in a temple. And what did he say to those doctors? He was basically impressing these doctors. He was 12 years old, impressing them with his knowledge, is what the scripture reads. What could he have possibly been saying to doctors that would have impressed them, is my question. So that was my first clue that the kingdom of heaven was within, especially given the fact that he actually says the kingdom of heaven is within. Now let's move on to this. Now, this is the rainbow, and the reason why I'm bringing up the rainbow is, again, to tie in this number 42. We've seen this in movies, saying that 42 is the secret to the universe. Well, we found many, many more very profound secrets about the number 42. The most profound one, in my opinion, being the rainbow only being able to be observed if you're standing at 42 degrees from viewing it. Right here out of Wikipedia. Now, this is common knowledge. This is something that people know about this rainbow and it being viewed at 42 degrees. We also understand that the third of the 7 colors is yellow. And I believe that's the color of Christ. Why? Here are the 7 colors of the rainbow. The third of the 7 is yellow. Well, we have some pretty fascinating numbers here. The number 37, the third of the 7 colors, is the 12th prime number, and the number 73 is the 21st prime number. Now, this story of the heart overlays the story of 9/11, and this is why I have some notes here on this. It's been 42 years. This last year marked the 42nd year since 9/11. In the Bible, they talk about 42 generations since Abraham. Points that out here. This is in Matthew 1:17. It says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14. From David to the deportation to Babylon is 14. And from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah is 14. And 14 plus 14 plus 14 is 42 generations since Abraham to the Messiah. Now, in a previous video, we talked about then mirroring these 42 generations forward, because Abraham was born right around the year 2030. And so if we mirror now forward the 42 generations from Christ, it puts us right now in history. We're in year 2016, and 2030 is quickly approaching. Now, this goes on because there's other synchronicities and similarities between Jesus' life and 9/11. I'm going over this because it's all going to fit in when I cover the heart. 1987 was the halfway point to 9/11. It's when Building 7 opened. Building 7 was 47 stories tall. And the Hebrew year that Building 7 opened is 47. So they're matching it. 47 stories tall, opened in the Hebrew year 47. So when you add these two numbers, 7 plus 4 is 11. But this goes on because Jesus was born on 9/11 when they had 9/11. In the Hebrew year 61, that number is going to come up again when we look at the heart. And so he was born on 9/11, which would give him a conception date. In other words, the sperm meeting the egg, and then gestational period of human child puts his birth date on 9/11. So let's pull this back here so we can read this correctly. So that is what's going on with the 9/11 date. Now, if you'll notice here, remember the rainbow is the third of the 7 colors. That's yellow. And you see how the 1221 fits in here. 12th and 21st prime numbers is his conception date, 1221. Now, when you add these, 2 plus 1 is 3, 2 plus 1 is 3, you get a 33 mirror. And that alphanumeric is the word Abba, Father, in Hebrew. And this is when, at about the point where Jesus was crucified, and he said, Abba, take this cup from me. And I told you guys what the cup meant. It's the crossing of the optic nerves from the back of the eyes. That's one cup. And then the other cup is those nerves, when they hit that crossover point, it goes downwards and fans back out into the rear of the brain. And that's the other cup. So Jesus was handing off the cup. Many of you asked me what 1993 was all about, the bombing. 9 plus 3 is 12, 12 disciples. It was also in the Hebrew year 53. We'll talk about what the 53 number is as well. That's mapped in the heart as well. So I wanted to get through that part real quick. Now this is kind of some of the more tedious stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and get into the heart. Now, when was Jesus crucified? I believe he was crucified on March 29th, the 88th day of the year. Rose again on April 1st, April Fool's Day, which is why they came up with April Fool's Day, because they actually drowned a lion in ancient Rome. That's the roots of April Fool's Day. They drowned him. And I think they called it the soaking of the lions. And that was making fun of Jesus in baptism, because he was the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And there was flogging going on, which is what happened to Jesus before he was crucified. So he rose again on April 1st. And so that ties in and dovetails into a March 29th, 88th day of the year, crucifixion. Now, Jesus knew the beginning from the end, just like his Father. He came to do what he needed to do, and that was to die for our sins. So this is the human heart. Now, this is right out of Wikipedia. It says, the cardiac muscle pattern is elegant and complex, as the muscle cells swirl and spiral around the chambers of the heart. They form a figure-8 pattern around the atria and around the bases of the great vessels. Deeper ventricular muscles also form a figure-8. Sorry about the train. Around the 2 ventricles and proceed toward the apex. So here's our double figure eight. What that was describing were these atrial musculature at the top, that's a figure eight, and the ventricular musculature around the base of the heart, and that's another figure eight. You can't make this up, you guys. You simply can't. This is an 88, which gives us a clue. Now, if this was the only synchronicity we found, then we could write this off as some kind of coincidence. But we have just gotten started. This goes on. It says here the heart contracts at a resting rate close to 72 beats per minute. Well, 72 times 2 is 144. I believe this is the 144,000 spoken about in the book of Revelation. Now watch this. I want you to focus first on the anatomy that we're looking at here of this heart. And I'm going to describe to you quickly the anatomy of the heart. And once we do that, we'll get into some of the details of this. So we have the left heart and the right heart. And I know it looks backwards, but this is the way they described it on this diagram. This is the left side and this is the right side. The left side has veins coming in. The left side, or the right side, has veins coming in, as you can see here. You see these little arrows, the blue arrows and the red arrows. Veins coming in, and then we have arteries that go out, carry blood away from the heart. Veins carry blood into the heart, arteries carry blood away from the heart. So I mark the arteries, or I mark the veins that are coming in with these red arrows and these blue arrows here, and the arteries going out with these two white arrows. Now, there are a series of valves in the heart as well, and we're going to get into that as well. But the basis of our study today is all based around the veins, arteries, and valves. That's all we're going to do is count veins, arteries, and valves. I want to be clear here. There is no funny math here. These are the veins, the arteries, and the valves. That's it. We're not counting chambers or anything else. Now, we talked about the number 42 at the beginning of this broadcast. Well, the number 42 is actually written on your heart. We talked about the generations from Abraham to Christ being 42 generations. Talked about the rainbow being viewed at 42 degrees. And we know that 42 years after the World Trade Center opened, gay marriage was legalized, the rainbow flag. In that year, a giant rainbow appeared and seemed to end at the Freedom Tower in New York City. Now, many of you are asking, well, isn't God really the only person that can control rainbows and stuff? Well, technically no, because he says that Satan is the ruler of the air and this planet. He gave us a rainbow to remind us that he would never again flood the earth. Okay, but the ruler of the air can manipulate the air. So now I want you to look at this. So this is describing the two great veins. We talked about these on the left side, the big blue veins here. Follow me on this. It's not too complicated. Two of the great veins, the vena cava and the great arteries, the aorta and the pulmonary artery, these are the two in the middle, are attached to the upper heart called the base. After gas exchange in the pulmonary capillaries, blood high in oxygen returns to the left atrium via one of the four pulmonary veins. So we have 4 and 2 coming in and 1 and 1 going out. 4 pulmonary veins coming in, 2 of the vena cava coming in. So there's 4 arrows going in and 1 and 1 arrows going out. So we just counted the veins. That's it. I'll show you right down here. I put it in this chart. Veins and arteries. 4 and 2 in, 1 and 1 out. 4 and 2 in, 1 and 1 out. Now let's count the valves. Now let's slide over here. I'll be in the chat in a minute, you guys. Just got to get through this part. You'll notice these are the valves. There are 4 valves in the heart. Each of them has leaves on it. They call these leaves. This tricuspid valve has 3 leaves. This bicuspid valve has 2 leaves. This aortic valve has 3 leaves, and this pulmonary valve has 3 leaves. So I mapped them out. Over here, valves, 2 in, 3 out. 3 in, 3 out. 2 in, 3 out. 3 in, 3 out. So I mapped those out as well. So that's all we did. We're counting veins, arteries, and valves, as you see here. Now, how many total valve leaves are there? 11. 11 at the table. This is the cross section, or the table cutting through the center of the heart. And look at what it says in the Bible. After Christ was resurrected, they were 1 disciple short. Why? Because Judas hung himself, remember? It says later he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table. These are the 11 disciples that were left sitting at the table. He rebuked their unbelief and hardness of heart because they did not believe those who had seen him after he had risen. It says here, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great fish, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. 3 days and 3 nights. You see, Jesus knew the anatomy of the heart, but it goes on from there. These are the pulmonary veins that I just talked to you about. Coming in, these come in from the lungs. These come in from the lungs. These veins come in from the rest of your body. Lungs, body. It says occasionally the 3 veins on the right side remain separate, and not infrequently the 2 left pulmonary veins end by a common opening into the left atrium. Therefore, the number of pulmonary veins opening into the left atrium can vary between 3 and 5 in a healthy population. So there are not always 4, but the most common is 4. It says here the 2 left pulmonary veins may be united into a single pulmonary vein in about 25% of people. The 2 right veins may be united in 3% of people. So it's much more rare, but there are different, let's call this adaptations of what is coming in. But the most common is 4 and 2. But you'll notice it's between 3 and 5. It could be 3, 4, or 5. Here's your 3 and 5 we just talked about right here. This is what 1993 was all about. Remember, Barack Obama was 53 years old when the Freedom Tower came up. And that was 41 and a half years after the World Trade Center opened in 1973. So this all fits in together. Now this goes on. Let's see here. Let's scroll down here. Now here it says from the Bible, clearly you are an epistle of Christ, ministered by us, written not with ink, but by the Spirit of the living God, not on tablets of stone, but on tablets of flesh, that is, of the heart. Christ is written on your heart, and that's what we're demonstrating to you right now today. This is the covenant that I will make with you, with them, after those days, says the Lord. I will put my laws into their hearts, and in their minds I will write them. So this isn't someone trying to stretch something. This is the truth. Now, remember we talked about the living waters, and Jesus was at the well. And he told the woman at the well, the water that I have, you'll never thirst again. And in a previous study, we compared that water to the intracranial fluid in the brain. Well, there's other water as well. Listen to this. On the last day, that great day of the feast, Jesus stood and cried out, if anyone thirsts, let him come to me and drink. He who believes in me, as the scripture said, out of his heart will flow the rivers of living water. But this he spoke concerning the Spirit, whom those believing in him would receive. For the Holy Spirit was not yet given, because Jesus was not yet glorified. Well, there's fluid in the heart. It's called the pericardial fluid. It is the serous fluid secreted by the serous layer of the pericardium into the pericardial cavity. The pericardium consists of two layers, an outer fibrous layer and an inner serous layer. The serous layer has two membranes which enclose the pericardial cavity, into which is secreted the pericardial fluid. The fluid is similar to the cerebrospinal fluid of the brain, which also serves to cushion and allow for movement of the organ. So we have the cross, the crossing of the optic nerves, the center of your brain, where Jesus was hung, gave the cup over to the Father, talked about living waters at the well, the brain, and now we have the pericardial fluid, also surrounded by the very same fluid that's in your brain, and Jesus talking about the living waters of your heart. How did he know the anatomy of your body in 0 AD? Only a God would know. Let's talk about the veil. But even to this day, when Moses is read, a veil lies on their heart. And there is a veil that surrounds the double membrane sac called the pericardium. It's what holds in the water. The veil of the heart spoken about. So these ancients knew the inner workings. Now let's get back to these veins and arteries. Because in counting them out, let's pull this up, we begin to see the truth. Let's put this up here, because all the same numbers are repeated in this. So 4 and 2 veins, that's 6 total. Arteries, 1 and 1. We'll leave that at 1 and 1. That's 61. There's your Hebrew year of 5761 that the World Trade Center fell. Valves, 2 in, 3 out. 3 in, 3 out. Jesus rose in 3 days. So we have his birth and his resurrection. In the veins and arteries, we have his birth, 9/11. We have his resurrection, 3 days. We have the 42 generations from Abraham to Christ. 11 disciples after Christ died. He was born on 9/11. He died the 88th day. All of this encoded in the heart. They repeated this ritual in Hebrew year 5761, right? This was 9/11, on 9/11. He died and rose again in 3 days. 3 buildings fell that day. 3 major buildings, Twin Towers and Building 7. So here's our veins and arteries. Here's a recap. Let's zoom this in a little bit. Veins and arteries, 611. 11 valves and 19 total. So 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 total components, and there's your total 19. So when we put it all together, we get a birthday of Jesus of 9/11, 6 BC, which is the 61 and 91 in a giant mirror. This is what I believe was Christ's birthday. He lived to be 40 years old. He died in 36 AD at 40 years old. That's when he was crucified. Now the heart was mentioned 176 times in the New Testament. I looked at a concordance and found that the heart was mentioned 176 times in the New Testament. And we're in the current year, 5776. So there's your 76. The country was founded in 1776, which is the Hebrew year 5536. And again, as I said, I think Christ was crucified in 36 AD at 40 years old, if he had a 9/11, 6 BC birthday. Which means he was conceived in the Hebrew year 3755 and born in 3756. And these are the numbers, you guys. And this all fits. Let's zoom this out and see if I forgot anything. I'll make a PDF file of this so you guys can look. Now, for some of you that don't think this math quite fits, you have to remember there is no 0 date at the turn of the from BC to AD. It goes 1 BC and it goes straight to 1 AD. There is no 0. So that's why this looks like it doesn't fit, but it actually does. Now this 36 is also the 93, because remember 6 is 9. So that's why Flight 93 and 1993 and the 93rd floor that got hit on 9/11, as well as Natasha Obama being born 93 days before 9/11, all of that fits in as well. Okay. So this is the case, you guys. The law of Christ, which is love, written directly on your heart, and all of his numbers fall on this heart simply by counting the veins, arteries, and valves.
And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within and on the backside. Here is the book written within and on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof?" And no man in heaven nor on earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon, because you can't see this by looking outwards, only by looking inwards. And I wept much because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders said to me, "Weep not, behold the Lion of the tribe of Judah. The Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof." And we showed you the image of the Lamb of God within this area of the brain. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb, and it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes. Here is the lamb. Here are the ears of the lamb. 7 horns. Count them with me, the pointed areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 horns and 7 eyes. Count them with me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this resembles a slain lamb. Look at the tongue hanging out of the mouth of the lamb. All here in Revelation, waiting for us to discover it. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To him who overcomes, I will grant to eat of the tree of life, which is in the paradise of God, the tree of life. Arbor vitae, the cerebellum, which sits in the throne, the upside-down brain. This is the arbor vitae in the cerebellum. The tree of life it is called, which means arbor vitae.
and now you know the truth.
And what you're looking at is the ancient Hebrew letters that form the name Yeshua. And here we see, with a little bit of searching, the 4 Hebrew letters that form the name of Yeshua imprinted on your flesh. Yes, Christ was made flesh, so that one day, in the end times, with the increase in knowledge in the last days, as it is prophesied, that we can one day know and find him. All that was hidden will be revealed. This is the promise written down in a book, the Bible. It was written long before anyone knew the inner anatomy of the body. Now remember, we're following the light because Jesus is the light, right? Light enters in through the cornea. There's a body of water here in the foreground called the aqueous humor. And through the lens, and you get this focusing effect. Now, what's up for debate is where this light focuses and flips, because it does invert. But I believe that this here is Earth. Light comes in, goes through your optic nerve, and this is the pathway of light. Here it is. Here's the light. Here's the crossing of the image, flipping it upside down. And I believe this triangle here is the pyramid and the all-seeing eye. This is the governments of Earth wanting to be gods on Earth, okay? We're going to go through the anatomy of the eye, and we're going to show you what this is all about. What you're looking at here is a cross-section of the eye wall. There's anatomy and structures within the eye that seems to point back to the truth about the eye. Here's your inner eye. And this aura serrata here surrounds your lens. The light comes in, reflects here on the back. All of this area here is lined with the rods and cones, which pick up the light. This here is your retina, these branch-like structures, and the retina provides life. It provides oxygen and blood. Everyone's heard of Russian dolls. Russian dolls are basically dolls within dolls, and every time you open a doll, there's another one inside. Well, what God has done is he's created a Russian doll system so that you can keep opening the dolls and find your way back to him and his son. Now, this is fascinating because when you compare the womb to the eye, you get an exact overlay. It is a Russian doll. Remember Katy Perry's song, Seeing Life Through a Lens of the White Picket Fence? Life through a lens, white picket fence. They know. So, what happens when a child's umbilical cord is cut off? What is it called for you nurses out there? It is called a stump. And all over the earth, we have what we're told is columnar basalt, but what it really is are stumps, tree stumps of these great trees that were on earth that used to reach to the heavens. You're starting to see the picture. This will become clearer as I keep going with these analogies. It's going to become undeniable. Well, if there's stumps all over the earth, we're told are lava, like the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. What proof do we have of that? You can't just say that. Well, the proof is if you're standing on here and you cut through the center of this is the lens of your eye, you get matrix that looks exactly like the cross sections of these columnar basalt stumps that we're seeing all over the earth. It looks exactly like that, right under our feet. This is where I believe we live. Now let's keep going with this because can't stop there, right? We've established our tree of knowledge of good and evil. And now we're going to look at other structures. Now, what's down here, Casey, in the aqueous humor? This is hell. This is the looking out into the material realm. Okay, this is what gets us in trouble. When you cross-section, these are the rods and cones all around the eye. When you cross-section the rods and cones, you get, again, a honeycomb matrix. So we already had a honeycomb matrix, the beehive, underneath our feet, and now we have it in the sky. This is the vault. This is the earth. This is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Here's our white picket fence. The stars are fixed in the firmament. This is the firmament. This is our world. Hell is down here. There are actually 3 levels to the matrix. Okay? Remember, God says we're born into sin. We literally are. We're born into a beast body. Okay? There are 3 levels to the matrix. One in this cross section here, let me show you. So there's 3 levels. When you cross section this cornea down here, forms part of the prison. We're surrounded by the prison. It's under our feet, in the lens, and it's in the walls here. Those are the 3 areas that are cross section that form a honeycomb matrix. Okay, Casey, if this is our earth, then, and the stars are fixed, why are they moving? I believe this is the answer, and this is called the vortex above us. I believe the movement is an illusion. I believe the vortex, and this is where we get a little bit into the esoteric, and these are my personal theories that cannot ever be proven. And so you can take them or leave them. But basically what you're looking at here is a kaleidoscope effect of light as it passes into a reflective vault. I'll say that again. What you're looking at here is the kaleidoscope effect of light as it enters an enclosed reflective vault. It's a giant mirror in here. And this is what the light does. This is how it scatters. It becomes a kaleidoscope effect. And when you look at this as your viewing area, you begin to see that this actually matches what you would see in the stars. Okay? Now, I believe the Earth model is a raised, flat surface, and this is where flat earthers, people actually think I'm a flat earther, and I'm not. I believe that the Earth has a slightly raised convex surface, exactly what you see in the lens of your eye. Okay? And I believe the equator is somewhere around here in the middle. Again, Antarctica surrounds this. We have a giant ice wall. North Pole is at the tip here. Let's blow this up. This is how light travels, is scattered. And this is the UN map. When you look at the UN flag, they show us these lines. This becomes the path of the sun and the moon spinning around atop the fixed Earth. Now, I don't want to get too much into this discussion about the convex raised Earth. I'm proving it to you with all the other supporting evidence that points to the eye being the shape of the universe, okay? Once you understand that, then it's easy to accept that the lens then becomes the Earth. Now, people are like, okay, well, that can't be because if there's any curvature, the water will spill off. Nope. Imagine that this is level in places where the oceans fall and the rivers fall. Imagine this a tiered mountain. Mountains have lakes. The water doesn't fall off the side of the mountain, does it? Because it collects in lakes. And that's exactly what I believe the world is. It's basically higher in the middle, and on the outsides, it's lower. And water collects in pools, which become our oceans and topography. That's what I believe, okay? Why do I believe that? Because everything else points to the eye being the shape, so the lens has to fit into that. Now, all this kaleidoscope effect here, this is crazy because this is real. Again, this is how light scatters in an inner reflective globe. But what you didn't know is that this same pattern is the current vitreous humor fluid inside of your eye. The current, they measured this, they put dye inside of the inner eye of a person, and they watched the current flow around. And it flows and scatters just as light would inside your eye as it's reflected. To me, that's fascinating. More proof. Again, this is the fluid inside your eye, the vitreous humor, and this is the circulation, the current of it as they've measured it. This also becomes the spinning stars that we see in the night sky. Okay, this becomes the star spin. Remember, you're looking at the inner current of the eye. Now I'm going to show you something that's going to blow you away. This is real. Nobody made this up. This is a time-lapse stop motion image at the equator of Earth. I think this one was in Ecuador. And they followed the path of the stars as it traveled through the sky for the 9 or 12 hours that it was dark. And here on the horizon, you can see dawn and dusk. And this is this. The inner eye, our sky. This becomes the lens. The star flow, we'll call it. Now, this is the North Pole Star and the South Pole Star. They're calling it the South Pole. I don't think there is a South Pole. I think there's a South Ring. Again, that's a whole nother discussion. Let's stay focused here. This is the star pattern. This is what we see. It gives it away. All right. Now in Psalm 23, when David said, I shall walk through the valley of the shadow of death. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. I shall lay down in green pastures. Is kind of how the verse goes. I think this here is the valley of the shadow of death. This is where we are. We're dropped into. He is my rod and staff. Well, a staff is straight, a rod is curved. You look at biblical images of ancient rods and staffs, you will see. And God breaks us through the eyes of Molech. These are the owl eyes of Molech. Imagine you're standing on a glass floor and you can see below the horizon, you have owl eyes. And this is why the evil ones worship Molech. Okay? That's why Molech is milk, M-L-K. And because the Milky Way of the sky, M-O-L-E-K, is the phonetic spelling of Molech. When you take the M, the L, and the K out, you get milk. This is why every time you see someone die in a movie, they're drinking milk or milk is spilt. You'll start to see this now that I've mentioned it to you. This is why they put kids on the milk carton, because this is sin. The stars wouldn't do this if we weren't locked down here in the sinful realm, okay? And therefore the enemy worships this. The whole spinning thing, we're all spinning, right? We're all dizzy. That's sin. We're dizzy, okay? From being here. It's part of like the hall of mirrors. Everything's reflecting and confusing us. Everything's inverted. It's upside down. It's spinning. That's why you always see these images of the spiral and the swirl. Anytime they want to like put you to sleep, they show the swirling action, right? That's bad. That's a bad thing. Okay? So that's why they worship this Molech, the spinning and confusion. Babylon, right? Okay? What is Babylon? We're babies. We're born into this beast realm as babies, babbling. Is it all starting to sink in yet? Well, there's a reason why God told the Israelites to pass through the Red Sea. Are you seeing what I'm telling you? There's a reason why only a remnant passed through the Red Sea during the Exodus out of Egypt. Remember I told you the pyramids were here in Egypt, all over the earth? There's a reason why God had them exodus through the Red Sea. Are you understanding what I'm saying here? There's a reason why there was a remnant, because in here, when the hyaloid canal dissipates after birth, what is left is a remnant. Yes, it is called a remnant, and they're called floaters, and it's leftover hyaloid canal, the hyaloid artery, and it looks like floaters in your eyes. It looks like a string of pearls. Okay? That's the Israelite remnant that came out of the pyramids, came out of Egypt, headed toward the promised land. How long were they in the wilderness when they parted through the Red Sea? Parted hyaloid canal. See this? It's all here, you guys. How long were they there? 40 years. "40 weeks is the gestation of the child." So there's all these 40s. Okay? Now you know why they went through the Red Sea. What was leading them through the Red Sea during the Exodus? It was the Ark of the Covenant. What is the Ark? Ark of light. The Ark, the pillar of fire by night, the pillar of cloud by day, is what it was led by the Spirit of God. Okay? Which points back to the flood ark that Noah built. Where did he pass through? It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Rained for 40 days and 40 nights as he passed through his Red Sea with what? A remnant. 8 souls to restart the world. And here's your ark. This is the bow forms an arc. It's the surface of the lens. This is your Ark of the Covenant. It's actually the Ark too of the flood. 40, 40, 40, 40. I can't repeat that enough. 20/20 vision is 40. 20/20 is 40. Noah passed through. Narrow gate. What did Jesus say? If don't take the speck, asking someone else to take the speck out of their eye when you have a beam in yours. The speck is the remnant. They look like specks. The beam fits in through this wide gate, which is your iris and your pupil, but the speck can fit through the narrow gate. And this is the highway canal. This is what Jesus was talking about when he said, the road is narrow. He was trying to tell you that the truth, the kingdom of heaven is within. That's in the Bible too. He said the kingdom of heaven is within. What he was telling you was that the truth about who he is, that proves who he is, because no one knew this inner anatomy and physiology. But the first clue that he gave us was when he was in the temple with the doctors. That right there, the very first miracle Jesus ever performed, should have given us the clues of what to look for. So now we have two examples, the flood and the Exodus out of Egypt. But there's one more. You ready for this? It's going to blow you away. How long did Jesus fast in the wilderness? He fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. Now, this is where things get interesting, because while Noah was in the ark, they were cut off from the world's food supply. They had loaded up the ark with all these supplies, but in effect, they were fasting from the world. And when the Israelites passed through the Red Sea for 40 years, they were fasting. What were they given? They were given manna. And when Jesus was fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, now you get why the hyaloid canal is the umbilical cord of the child. Because what is a child doing in the womb? They are in effect fasting. No solid food, living off of the nutrients of the mother.
The sixth angel sounded his trumpet, and I heard a voice coming up from the four horns of the golden altar that is before God. The four horns of the golden altar that is before God. And this is the cerebellum, the underside of the brain. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud and a rainbow upon his head. And its face were the sun, and its feet were pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little open book. And he had set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot upon the earth. Now these other four bands of muscles coming in around the eye are the four angels at the four corners of the earth, with the four winds mentioned in Revelation. But this other angel coming out of the east fits the description of this muscle exactly. The little book is the trochlea. The trochlea, a bone that holds in this muscle here. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven. Lifted up his hand to heaven, the hand holding the book. And swear by him that liveth forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea, and the things which therein, that there should be time no longer. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. And the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again, and said, Go, and take the little book, which is open in the hand of the angel, which standeth upon the sea, and upon the earth. And I went unto the angel, and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it, eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, and it shall be in thy mouth as sweet as honey. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. The 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks. The 2 candlesticks and the 2 olive trees, as you can see here. Here are the trunks of the olive trees and the tops. And here are the 2 candlesticks standing before the throne of God. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often as they will.
Now we found all this because the Bible tells us the truth can be found in the fleshy tablets of the heart or brain. Now we're going to put all this together and look at the historical timeline of the Bible reflected in the human anatomy. Now that sounds impossible, but God is the Alpha and the Omega. He knew the beginning from the end. So history is truly his story, the story of man, the story of God. Now, history is broken up into what are called Earth ages. So all throughout history, a dominant constellation appeared on the east horizon. Every 2,000 years, it would change. So let's go back to Adam 6,000 years ago. When Adam was created, on the horizon was Gemini. East, I believe it's east and west, or it might be just east or just west, but it's where the rising sun or the setting sun is. This is where this dominant constellation appears, and it does so for a little over 2,000 years. It's like 2,160 years, something like that, which is bizarre because this is what we're told the measurements of the moon are. It's supposed to be like 216 million miles away, or 216,000 miles away, 2,160 miles across. But I believe all these are arbitrary numbers, okay? The 216 is indicative of 6 times 6 times 6. This is why they keep repeating this 216 number over and over again, because 6 times 6 times 6 is 216. We already know that the earth, we're told, is tilted at 66 degrees.
The eye pointing is off 23 degrees. So I'm showing you this here. I'm showing you this here, providing multiple references for your axis of your eye, your visual axis being off from the orbital axis by 23 degrees. Now, why does that matter? Well, I got news for you. The earth is off by 23 degrees. Do you think that's an accident? Unless God was trying to tell us something, that the eye universe, Optoverse, is modeled after the human eye.
66.6 degrees. So it would make sense that these numbers could be arbitrary, or it could be a mark of some kind. This could be the beast system that we're in. Who knows? I don't know. I wasn't there. All I'm doing is making observations of the things that I see. And I'm noticing the patterns that shouldn't be there that are there, like the 216 in the moon measurements. You can look all of that up for yourself. Type in 216 moon, and you'll see all of that for yourself. But that's not why we're here. We're here to talk about the Earth's history and precession. Now, they're telling us that precession happens because the Earth wobbles like a spinning top, is what we're told, right? We're told it has to do with that and the tilt of the Earth at 66.6 degrees. Don't you think it's interesting that we're told it's 66.6 degrees, and every 2,160 years, you see how all of that fits together into something that the math lines up? So here's Adam at 6,000 BC. And on the horizon was Gemini, which are the twins. So what we're seeing is that biblical history, and what I'm going to demonstrate to you now, seems to coincide with what is happening in the stars. Now, how can that be? Well, before you spook out on me, understand that in the oldest book of the Bible, which is Job, God names constellations. He names the constellation Orion. He names the Pleiades. He names Arcturus and the Mazzaroth, which some argue would be the complete set of the constellations, is how that's translated by some biblical interpreters, the Mazzaroth. But make no mistake, all of those constellations are mentioned in the Bible as being created and named by God, and he has complete control over those. So, though we're not supposed to live our life and run our lives by these arbitrary positions of these constellations in the sky and let that be our ruler, that doesn't mean that there won't be signs in those stars or of things that are happening. We're supposed to always follow God and not astrology. In fact, astrology is forbidden in the Bible. But then there's another side to this, which would be astronomy, which would be seeing what's up there and seeing how that coincides with things that God is doing. For instance, the star of Bethlehem that came down, and I believe basically dropped Jesus off so he could be born. Well, that's a whole nother show. So we have Gemini. Now, something interesting happened during Gemini because that means the twins. And what do we have? We had a pair of the first couple, Adam and Eve. We had Cain and Abel. We had this pairing that was going on during that time. And then we had Noah. And during this time, it was the age of Taurus. So for 2,160 years, Taurus was on the horizon. I pulled up this image here that I generated a couple years ago. And we mapped out the entire history of the world onto the human anatomy of the brain and eyes. Remember, we live in a dualistic tree. It's a tree of good and evil, of duality. This is why you have such a hard time coming together against our rulers, because the devil plays off of this duality. He plays off of good and evil to keep us divided and separated. We never come together because everything is labeled plus or minus, good or evil, red or blue, immigrant, citizen, and on and on and on. So I mapped out these Earth ages onto the history of the Bible. And there are uncanny similarities and things that link specific events in the Bible to the Earth age in which it occurred. Now, before we get into the details of that, let's just go through this so you can see that this is actually in order. Gemini, Taurus, Aries, Pisces. Now we're in Aquarius. Pisces is 2 fish. Jesus took 2 fish and he fed a crowd of people. Do you think that's an accident that happened during the Earth age of Pisces? And that the fish is used to symbolize Christ? The Christian religion, the Christian belief system is symbolized by a fish? Pisces. Before that was Aries, which is Abraham. Aries is the ram. Abram, ram, ham. Abraham. And there's much, much more. This isn't just wordplay, you guys. There's entire histories built off of these Earth ages. Taurus was the bull. Let's go through this. Let's make sure we're connected first. I gave you an overview, but we're going to go into much more detail. Everybody thumbs up this video, and then we can continue on here with this. So, what do we have here? These are the eyes, the cross, the optic nerves, and Earth's history. Creation occurred at Gemini. This is actually supposed to be closer to 6,000 BC here. Made a mistake there. And we have the tree of good and evil. God, or good and evil, Adam and Eve. I'm not saying Eve is evil. I'm saying that sin entered through Eve. That's why I put her on this side. Let's pull this up. Okay. It's duality. We had Abel on the good side, Cain on the bad side. Gemini, twins. Then we go to the next Earth age. We have Taurus. Now we had the flood, 2300 BC. Christ said, "This is my body. This is my blood." That's more duality, okay? Body and blood. It rained for 40 days in the flood. Why did I put the flood inside of the eye? Because the vitreous humor is filled with water. It is water. It's a water environment inside of the eye, which represents a flood, right? Now, this is fascinating because a rainbow arc has 42 degrees. That is the measurement of the arc of the rainbow, which is the only angle which you can view that rainbow. And that relates back to the 42 generations. I've got that in green here. That Christ said he came from. This is in the New Testament. So this is color-coded so that you can kind of see the similarities. And I'm jumping around a bit, but hopefully this will help you guys understand. Now, the remnant of mankind was sealed in the ark, okay, which is like the beam, which is also the hyaloid canal. The remnant passes through this narrow gate. The hyaloid canal is a structure in the inner eye that connects from within to the lens of your eye. When you're born, it disappears. And this becomes the narrow gate. And inside of it, there's actually an artery called the hyaloid artery. And when you're born, that artery deteriorates. And what is left, or what is called a remnant. This seems to mimic what happened with the flood, that the remnant got on the ark. They rode the beam of light to the next generation through the waters of the vitreous humor. And in doing so, they preserved the seed of man, right? Which was the pure seed of the Christ bloodline to come. So these floaters become the remnant, and you can actually see floaters in your eyes. So every time you look through your eyes and you see these floaters, it's indicative of the remnant of man. It's like a reminder of the Savior and the remnant and how he pushed through. So we move on from Noah and we get into the age of Taurus. 4000 to 2000 BC, and Taurus is a bull, Abraham the bull. Now Enoch describes Noah, Abraham's seed, as bulls in the book of Enoch. And it's the 33rd mention. And he says the Savior is coming in 42 generations. So this is all about like the beast, okay? Christ had to be born a man in order to basically save all of us from the beast. That's what he did. Then we get into the earth age of Aries. Now we're into the other tree. And this is where basically the Israelites go into Egypt. Okay, they're in Egypt and then they leave Egypt. This is 1500 BC. They pass through another ocean. Just like the flood, they passed through the Red Sea. The narrow gate, it was split. And they were 40 years in the wilderness, eating manna, basically fasting. Okay, and so now you see the juxtaposition of the 40 days of rain in the water and the 40 years through the Red Sea of the Israelites who came out of Egypt. And they were also a remnant. What were they led by? The ark. Instead of the wooden ark, they were led by the Ark of the Covenant, a different ark, but similar nonetheless. So this ram sheep of Aries was pointing forward to Christ. That's why the sacrificial system was developed. We had 10 plagues and we had 10 commandments. So now we're making our way toward Christ. You see how everything is pointing forward to Christ? Christ talks about the 42 generations, which matches up with the 42 degrees of the rainbow arc. He said there were 14 from Abraham to David, 14 generations from David to the exile in Babylon, and 14 generations from the exile to the Son of Man, Yeshua. 42 matches the 42 rainbow. Now there's more stuff in here with the 40s. As you can see, this is color coded. This image right here is on my Facebook page. If you guys want this, you can download it right off of my Facebook page. So you had the 40 years in the wilderness of the Israelites, and David ruled Judah and Israel for 40 total years. 33 years in Israel and 7 years in Judah. That was 40 total years. A child gestates in the womb, in the waters, for 40 weeks. And there are 400 years between the Old and New Testaments. And I believe this 40 number even points back to 2020 vision. 20 and 20 is 40. So you have the pair again. Now we're into the age of Pisces. These are the two fish. This is the age of Christ. I believe he was born on, as you can see the number here, blind 11/6 BC. Was crucified somewhere in 2030 AD. And everything that Christ represented was about water. So now you're starting to see a vitreous humor, the inner eyes, the water, the flood, the parting of the Red Sea, and finally down to Jesus in the age of Pisces, the two fish, and everything was about water. Baptism, the well of infinite waters that he talks about. There were 2,000 pigs that he cast demons out into, and they ran into the water. Of course, He turned water into wine. He caught fish by he told the fishermen to throw the net to the right side, and he caught 153 fish. And of course, he fed an entire crowd with 2 fish. And the fish symbol is the symbol of Christ. Do you know why that is? Why the fish symbol is the symbol of Christ? It's because the fish symbol is the center of the Vesica Piscis. It is Christ coming to basically come, whether you're Jew or Gentile, from whatever seed you're from. If you believe in him, then you cross over in the middle. You go through the narrow gate in the middle, regardless of your bloodline. That's what he came to do. If you believe, if you set aside sin, if you follow him, if you pick up your cross, which is the crossing optic nerves, and you follow him, then you will be saved. That's why he came, because there was a blood problem. There were 2 separate seed lines. One of them was like cursed. Now there's much more to this. There's different sections of this, because Jesus, he did have the water theme. So what is the enemy going to do? The enemy is going to try to hijack the water theme. And this is why they've taken over the rainbow, the 42, right? And 42 years after Roe v. Wade, we had legalized rainbow activity, right? We had legalized marriage between same-sex couples. That was 42 years after 1973, you guys. The rainbow shone prominently. Okay? That's when it all started. And what else did we have here? There's some Obama references in here as well. They call him the first president that allowed this. Basically, he was the one that it happened under. We also have the story of 12. We've talked a little bit about this, that there were 12 tribes of Israel, 12 disciples, and 12 times 12 is 144,000, which are supposed to be the elect. We have 12 intercranial nerves in the brain and 12 ribs. Everything points back to the flesh and the body. It was all encoded to help us understand what was going on, so that we could look into the flesh and see the glory of God. Okay, that's what all this is about. All right, let's keep going with this. We're almost done with this. I don't want this to be too long. So we get to the crossing optic nerves in the middle, and this is where we're at the cross of Pisces. And let's blow this up in here. In the internal anatomy and structure of the brain, this crossing is right near the pineal gland, which forms the head, the actual head of Christ, in the image that we showed in part 2 of this series. The pineal gland is the head, and I believe the reason for that is because that is our spiritual connection to Christ and God. And it's all mapped out inside your brain. It's all very real, but it's there in the flesh so that we can see it. So here we are at the cross, which is called the optic chiasm. That is the actual term that describes this part of the anatomy of your brain. It's the chiasm basically is a description of a place or a journey or a storytelling method in which you tell the story from front to back, and then when you get to the middle of the story, you untell the story. So you start back to front. And much of the Bible is written in this format. They start to tell a story. John went to the store. He brought a Snickers bar. Then he bought the Snickers bar, and then he left the store. That's how you tell a story with a chiastic literary format, or format that tells a story then untells the story. And this is exactly what happens to the pathway of light when it enters your eyes. It comes in from 2 different places, and then in the middle, it crosses over. This is why they call this the optic chiasm. Well, when you write this out in an outline form, ABBA, ABBA, which is Abba, Father. Now, if you were to go on to YouTube right now and look up the sound that a lamb makes, it sounds like they're saying Abba. Wrap your brain around that for a second. Now we leave the crucifixion of Christ. Here we are 2,000 years later, coming up on 2,160 years. We're getting close to that. There were some songs that came out, dawning of the age of Aquarius. That's because we're entering a new earth age. This is what I believe is the timeline of the return of Christ in the flesh. This is why all this technology has been ramped up to the level that it has just in the last 30, 40, 50 years compared to the rest of the history of mankind. It's because the enemy has to ramp up this deception, right? Now, God talks about his mansion with many rooms. And that's because when the optic nerves cross, after you go through Christ, they come out the other side and they radiate out into this structure that goes into the back of the brain. This looks like a mansion of many rooms. So, we're looking at 42 generations from the beginnings to Christ, and I'm wondering if coming out the other side, there are 42 more generations before he returns, which has put us right at the age of Aquarius, 2030 AD. Now, I'm not trying to make any predictions here because no man knows the day or the hour, but wouldn't it be fascinating if we were 42 generations on the other side of Christ and he returned? Bible says it'll be like the days of Noah. Again, the water theme, the age of Aquarius, water. Now, many people translate Aquarius as more like the spirit, but the spirit, I believe, is synonymous with water, okay? The well, never being thirsty again, is what Christ told the woman at the well. If you drink from these waters. Heaven, the cerebral spinal fluid in the back of the brain, which is called the arbor vitae, the tree of life. And this is where vision is processed. Now,
Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I saw giants when I was 12. Now, I've done this show before, but we're going to do it now with no interruptions, no sound problems, and with all of the other knowledge that we've learned over the last several years. And this is one of my favorite shows to do because this information is amazing. It's faith building. It shows you how the BodyCode works, how God works, how all the glory goes to him, how he proves that he is the creator of the universe. Now, at the time that I experienced this, little was known about Alice in Wonderland syndrome. This is otherwise known as a condition called macropsia, or it can be called micropsia, M-A or M-I, depending on whether or not the hallucination that you experience makes you feel like a giant or it makes you feel very small. Here it is right here. This was back in 1985. I was about 12 years old. And I was passing into puberty, of course, and I experienced this strange phenomenon for about 5 years of my life, frequently, and then every so often after that into my early adulthood, it would come back. But what I learned was not to be alarmed, and that the episode, what happened, and that I would be okay because nothing really bad happened. It was just this weird phenomenon. I would sometimes experience like a buzzing in my head, almost like I had crossed over into some kind of other dimension, and sometimes ringing in the ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. So these episodes would happen
just as I was falling asleep. And as we know, when we fall asleep, the melatonin begins to flood your body. That's what actually causes you to sleep. And that's all triggered by the lack of light. So as you turn the lights out, your brain receives a signal because of the amount of light coming in through your eyes. So as it begins to dim, the melatonin is released. And at that point, the melatonin causes you to become sleepy, and this is how you fall asleep. And this is why I tell people, do not try to fall asleep with lights on. You need complete darkness to trigger the melatonin. Otherwise, you're not going to get your REM sleep. You're not going to get your restful sleep. In order to experience full natural biorhythm of the way God intended your body to work, you have to follow the rules, right? So you've got to get your sleep, and you've got to have the lights off. And so as this melatonin was flooding my nervous system, you know, the time between being awake and falling asleep, I would open my eyes, and just by the light of the hallway, I could see, like, for instance, the light switch on the wall or a picture on the wall. And I would look across the room, and basically everything would become very, very large. And I would become very, very small. And when I would go to reach across the room, something that normally I could touch felt like it was really, really far away. It was basically a type of depth perception anomaly. So it was really weird, and we didn't know what it was. And it's like that old camera trick that they do in Hollywood where they zoom the lens in while pulling the camera back. And this became very popular in Hollywood over the years in certain scenes. We did a video on that once, and we exposed something. Oh, that's right. There was milk and honey on the table in one of these famous camera zooms. And I forget what the name of that camera. Let's look it up real quick because I just want to do this. Move camera back, zoom lens in camera trick. You know, a lot of times we'll do live decodes like this so that you guys can learn how to research. This is how I research. You guys, everything is how you punch in the numbers and how you punch in the letters and words and verbs and nouns. Once you learn how to do that, any of you can become researchers. So there I found it. It's called the dolly zoom. And look at this. This is the dolly zoom. So they move the camera in. Here's an actual, let's play this. I want you to get an idea of what it felt like to have Alice in Wonderland syndrome. So there's a lot of that going on, as you can see here. Now, there's a famous camera zoom that I had actually exposed in a film. I can't remember the name of the film, but they're sitting in a diner, and on the table is milk and honey. And you're going to understand the significance of milk and honey as it relates to the Alice in Wonderland effect, and just as we get into this show. And this is nuts. So that's what it feels like. Now, I remember my mother taking me to the doctor at least once about this, and they had absolutely no idea what I was talking about. They had no clue. They thought it was some kind of hallucination, but they didn't know what it was. Now, when my son turned 12, this is when I realized that this had to be hereditary, because he would say to me, "Dad, my eyes are stuck like that. My eyes are stuck. They're stuck, Dad. I can't fix my eyes." He would say that to me when he was 12 years old. And that's when I knew this had to be a bloodline issue. This was a hereditary thing. Now, they've updated this Wikipedia page. It didn't used to say anything about heredity, but now all of a sudden it does. They try to blame it on migraines, brain tumors, psychoactive drug use. None of this applied to me when I was 12. I didn't do any drugs or anything. I don't think I was even drinking at that time. They also say it could be initial symptom of the Epstein-Barr virus. caused by abnormal amounts of electrical activity, resulting in abnormal blood flow in parts of the brain that process visual perception and texture. Now, that could have something to do with it, but what is the cause of that abnormal brain activity? Is this have something to do with the bloodlines? And I don't even know what that means, but there's something to it. So, this distortion in your visual perception is something that some people experience. Now, several of you are probably in the chat chiming in as we speak with your own personal experience with this. And that's great. Share that information. We need to know what's going on with this, because if we can share stories and anomalies, maybe even by race, maybe you can say what race you are or whatever, this might give us clues as to what this is all about. So there's much more to this, because I found this biblical passage that seems to describe this phenomenon. So we're going to get into Numbers chapter 13. And then after that, we're going to get into the Wikipedia article, read a little bit more about all this. But Numbers 13, of course, is the biblical passage about the 12 scouts going into the land of Canaan. Now, I told you I experienced this when I was 12, and so did my son. That's weird. Why 12? Wasn't Jesus 12 when he fascinated the doctors in the temple? And they saw these giants in their eyes and each other's eyes, according to the passage. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Now, before we get into this passage and the symbolism here, I want to be very clear. All of this really happened. But here's how God works. When you're in his will, when you're doing as he's telling you to do, you're also acting out his body code. In other words, the entire history of the world is encoded into your flesh suit. Why? Because God knew the beginning from the end. He is the Alpha and the Omega. So our bodies are maps. They're maps of the entire history of the world. Why do you think Daniel is all about a statue of a man? Because that's a clue that, in fact, our bodies do encode the history of the world. It's called the body code, and we've shown you many, many, many metaphors that we found in the human body, the physiology, the anatomy, that seem to be maps of different biblical passages that all really happened. This is how God confirms his glory and proves that he is the Most High and the creator of the universe. If only we look within, the kingdom of heaven is within, is what Jesus says. I think this is what he meant. Now, let's read through some of this passage here. I'm going to make sure we're connected and we'll keep going with this. Appreciate everyone that made it out to the show this morning. I know I started a little bit early, but this is a very, very important show. All right. Looks like the sound is good. All right, here we go. The Lord spoke to Moses. Now, you got to remember, these are the Israelites, the real Israelites in the wilderness after the Exodus, and they were promised the land of Canaan. And they went out to, Moses sent out these scouts into the wilderness. He sent out one scout from each tribe. There were 12 tribes of Israel. Here are the tribes here. And then they went out to spy out the land. And when they came back, they said this. Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan and said unto them, Get you up this way southward and go up into the mountain and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwell there, whether they're strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, or what cities be that they dwell in, whether in tents or strongholds, and what the land is. So Moses is giving them instructions of what to look for, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood there or not, and be of good courage and bring of the fruit of the land. Now, the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin unto Rehob, and they ascended into the south. Okay, and they found the children of Anak, And they came into the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bare it between two upon a staff. And they brought of the pomegranates and figs. Now here is where the plot thickens. Because when they took this branch with one cluster of grapes, figs, and pomegranates and held it on a staff. Let's do this. Grapes, figs, pomegranates on staff. There's the iconic images of the 12 scouts carrying Israel scouts carrying these grapes, figs, and pomegranates on a pole. If I could find it. I gotta put in the Bible. There it is. Here's an image of it. I don't want to belabor this point, but I want you to get a visual of this. So here are the scouts. They came back with grapes, figs, and pomegranates on a pole. This was my first clue that there was much more to this biblical passage than meets the eye. This is, I believe, the visual representation of the pole. It's the hyaloid canal of the inner eyeball, and it is surrounded by what appears to be grapes, figs, and pomegranates. What are you talking about, Casey? There's no fruit in your eye. Well, there is. Here they are right here. Here's your pomegranates, which is called the ganglion cells. They look like pomegranates. There are exactly 3 structures in your eye, just like the grapes, figs, and pomegranates. They're lining the entire inner surface of your eye around the pole of Eshcol. The pole of Eshcol is the narrow gate. Here are the bipolar cells here in the middle. Those look like the figs, and the rods and cones look like the grapes. There it is right there. When you compare the structures, they look very similar. Now, this is fascinating, because what does the inner eye have to do with fruit? Well, the eye is also a metaphor for the womb, is it not? You have the opening and closing iris, which is like the cervix. You have God calling his offspring the fruit of the womb, mentioned over and over again in the Bible. You have water-filled cavity, just like the amniotic fluid of the woman's womb. You also have the umbilical cord, which appears to be like this hyaloid canal, feeding nutrients to the lens. Everything is upside down, just like a child sits in the womb upside down before birth and is surrounded by the fruit of the womb, the retina, which acts as the placenta, life-giving nutrients as they're fasting in the womb. The eye is a metaphor for the womb. It's a portal. And when Eve's eyes were opened, what happened? She went through a portal, didn't she? Into a different dimension, into the trees of good and evil. And when you're born, you come in through a portal. You enter the matrix, which is also mentioned in the Bible, by the way. The womb is the matrix. Now we'll get into this grasshopper in a second, because that's intriguing. But, so now you're seeing the metaphors here of the fruit being carried on the pole. Now let's keep going with this passage, because there's much, much more. They returned from searching of the land after 40 days. How many weeks is a child in the womb? 40 weeks. And at this point of the revelation that God revealed to me, I was just almost in tears. Chills. 40 weeks, the child is in the womb, and 40 days, they were in the land of Canaan. Now, don't get it twisted, because you have 2 eyes. There's an eye of good and an eye of evil. The 12 scouts were the eye of good. The Canaanite land that they went into is the eye of evil. Now let's keep going with this, because there's more. And they went and came to Moses and Aaron, and to the congregation of the children of Israel, into the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them and unto all the congregation. And they showed them the fruit of the land. And they told them and said, we came into the land that flows with milk and honey. Well, what is the milk and honey? That would be the serotonin and the melatonin. Remember, I told you I experienced this Alice in Wonderland syndrome right as I began to fall asleep. The time between wakefulness and sleepiness, when the melatonin was released in the brain, that would be the honey, it's the brown substance. The serotonin begins to taper off, that would be the milky substance, the white substance. And you're in between phases. The land of milk and honey is also a metaphor for the circadian rhythm. Wow. Now, what else do we have here? The visual eyes, your regular eyes, regulate the light of the circadian rhythm. As I explained earlier in the show, when the lights go dim, the melatonin is released. And it is released by what's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And it causes your pineal gland to release melatonin. Now, as they go on here, they say, nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south. The Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea. All of these peoples are giants. We track these bloodlines. They all came out of the line of Ham at the end of the flood. But then the scouts go on and they're like, we can't take this land. The people are like giants. They're stronger than we. And they brought up an evil report of the land, which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up inhabitants thereof. And all of the people that we saw in it were men of great stature. And there we saw giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. So that not only did they see them as giants, they saw each other as grasshoppers. Do you see this here? This is very important. In our own sight as grasshoppers. So to each other, they look like grasshoppers. They spiritually were experiencing an Alice in Wonderland episode, although these were real giants. You see how this works? God was trying to tell us something. Now, how do the grasshoppers fit into this? Well, you just saw that they mentioned grasshoppers. And grasshoppers are a pretty bizarre creature because they have what's called a third eye. It is called the ocelli. Here's some images of it. It sits right in the middle of their face in the pineal position. Scientists don't really know what it measures, but it's called an ocelli. It's a third eye. They actually have a couple above their eyes as well. They're not sure if it measures sound or it helps them to swarm. They don't know what this really means, but this is what it is. It's like a third eye. And it's interesting that this is the description that the scouts give the story. Now, there aren't too many creatures with this that they could have used as their example. Here it is here, the median ocellus, sitting right in that pineal position. Here's a zoom in of it, an actual one. I mean, this is weird. So now we have all of the components of the circadian rhythm embedded into this biblical passage. We have the light entering the eyes. We have the circadian rhythm regulated by the pineal gland, releasing the melatonin, causing you to fall to sleep and see giants. We have the fruit on the pole of Eshol, signifying the eyeball, which is what lets the light in and out. It's all there. So, what is this really about? This is a warning about the two bloodlines. Now you know why God did not allow the Israelites to mix with the Canaanites. This wasn't some racial thing. This wasn't some supremacy thing. This was a bloodline thing. Jesus would be coming out of the Israelite bloodline, the tribe of Judah. God couldn't allow them to mix with them because they were of the cursed bloodline. They could still have salvation if they believed, but they didn't. And they were trying to annihilate. They were trying to annihilate Christ's bloodline in some kind of Terminator scenario before Jesus could be born. And Yahweh protected the 12 tribes.
Heftig. Heftig. Wer ist noch alles wach? Schreibt mal was in den Chat. Oh, ich glaube nicht mehr so viele. Ja, das muss man erstmal verdauen, gell? Ich würde erstmal sagen, danke fürs Begleiten. Es war wirklich mega interessant. Lasst es erstmal sacken. Ruht euch aus. Und ja, vielleicht sehen wir uns heute Abend dann nochmal. Oder morgen Abend. Ich werde es ankündigen. Auf jeden Fall wünsche ich euch erstmal eine gute Zeit. Und ja, hoffe, es hat euch soweit gefallen. Ja, es ist etwas spät. Nichtsdestotrotz, ich denke, das war genial und sehr interessant und es wurde sehr viel angesprochen. Ich muss dazu sagen, viele Aspekte im Zusammenhang mit der Bibel waren mir auch jetzt nicht so bekannt. Jetzt nach diesem fast 4-stündigen Video ist das wirklich, ich bin selber auch etwas baff jetzt noch teilweise. Ich gestehe da wirklich. Es ist unglaublich. Es ist unglaublich, dieser Mann, dieser Mensch, wie er das aufgeschlüsselt hat. Wie gesagt, es ist seine Perspektive, aber nichtsdestotrotz ist das unglaublich. Und ich finde es echt toll, das gefunden zu haben und es mit euch teilen zu dürfen. Und ich denke, er wird mir auch nicht böse sein, dass ich das jetzt sozusagen gespiegelt habe mit deutschem Untertitel. Weil ich glaube, das ist wirklich sehr, sehr wichtig, das zu verstehen lernen. Und man sieht die Dinge erstmal aus einem anderen Winkel. Und ja, so ein paar kleine Aspekte. Angels, wenn man Angels übersetzt mit, Angles, also Ecken oder Winkel, ist das so auch eine Wortbezeichnung. Also dieses, was er auch mit diesem Auge erklärt hat, mit diesen 4 Muskeln, ja. Er hat es oft wiederholt, Angels und Angles, also diese Winkel und so weiter. Und wenn man sich die flache Erde mal anschaut, ich sag ja, es wird noch sehr interessant werden. Ich versuche das wirklich in einzelne Teile mal aufzusplitten, auch in Bezug auf diesem Video. Wenn man diese Nordpol, ihr kennt diese runden Karten, ja, und der Nordpol hat ja 4 Länder. Das symbolisiert ja auch diese 4 Ecken. Dann noch der Nordstern oder diese Verbindung mit dieser Nabelschnur. Und ich habe, wie gesagt, von ihm einige Videos hier mir schon vorbereitet. Wie gesagt, für heute Abend, eventuell schon fürs erste Thema. Es ist Wahnsinn, es ist wirklich genial, es ist super genial, diesen Kanal. Ich verlinke den euch jetzt noch gleich im Anschluss. Schaut da mal wirklich rein, lasst ein Like bei ihm da und Schaut euch die Videos an, auch wenn es auf Englisch ist. Ich denke, er spricht ein sehr schönes Englisch oder amerikanisch Englisch. Und wir werden noch gucken oder schauen, wie gesagt, mit diesen anderen Verbindungen, wo ich euch ganz am Anfang gezeigt habe. Warte mal, ich versuche das nochmal kurz zu öffnen. Ich weiß, ihr seid auch müde. Ich bin auch jetzt etwas geschafft von dem ganzen Thema. Ich glaube, das war hier zum Beispiel, ja, nochmal zum Reflektieren. Zum Beispiel hier wieder der Nordstern, ja, also sozusagen die Pupille, die Iris, symbolisiert ja noch viel mehr. Diese Nordpol-Geschichte, ja, hier. Da steckt ja noch viel, viel mehr dahinter. Hier seht ihr auch mit dieser Black Sun. Was mich auch sehr fasziniert hat, ist dieses wie oben so auch unten. Oder dieses Gespiegelte, unser Auge, oder uns wird ja auch beigebracht, wenn man eine Fotoapparatlinse hat, es ist ja alles spiegelverkehrt und dennoch, glaube ich, auf den Kopf, ja. So genial, ich bin wirklich teilweise jetzt auch noch geflasht. Man sollte sich das Video wirklich 1, 2, 3 Mal angucken, nicht vielleicht alles auf einmal, aber ich müsste mal gucken, ob man das auch in Kapitel unterteilen kann. In der Beschreibung. Die Zeit werde ich mir, denke ich mal, noch nehmen. Aber hier seht ihr auch nochmal so verschiedene Aspekte. Kann man das hier ein bisschen größer machen? Ja, guckt mal, sieht doch schon viel besser aus, ne? Der Baum des Lebens. Alles ist hier drin. Hier seht ihr unten den Baum des Lebens. The Tree of Life, wie er das so schön sagt auf Englisch. Ist auch in diesem Mutterkuchen. Ihr kennt bestimmt das Bild mit diesem Mutterkuchen. Hier wieder diese Maria Magdalena. Ja, das Herz. Ne? Wie gesagt, es gibt, oder hier, ihr seht jetzt auch wieder hier, es gibt wieder andere Bedeutungen noch, wo man mit interpretieren kann. Na, hier ist so, sag ich mal, dieses Symbol mit dem Herz, wo er gesprochen hat. Auch dieses Leinentuch, er hat ja wie so ein Leinengewand an, ja, und sie beschützt das Herz, ist ja auch die Höhe vom Herz. Unglaublich, unglaublich. Was haben wir hier noch? Hier nochmal eine andere Sache, wo er auch drüber gesprochen hatte. Ja, alles in Verbindung. Den Tempel von Solomon kann man sich ja auch dann nochmal angucken. Diesen ägyptischen Tempel, die sind alle gleich aufgebaut. Symbolisiert immer diese Anatomie, wie er so schön sagt. So hier zum Beispiel. Das ist auch ein guter Kanal auf Instagram. Hier haben wir wieder den Ankh hier oben. Na, dieser Stab und so weiter, da kommen wir auch noch mal drauf. Einige werden es wissen. Also ihr seht, es gibt viel, viel, viel zu entdecken. Für einige ist es bekannt. Und da freue ich mich, wenn diejenigen, die diese Materie sich schon länger mit befassen, mich da auch unterstützen im Chat. Ich werde auch gucken, ich habe übrigens Discord aktiviert. Die Verlinkung kommt noch. Ich werde mal schauen, wie man das jetzt einrichten kann, dass man auch für die Menschen entweder Discord oder Telegram Sprachchat dann freischalten und dann auch ihr Wissen mal weitergeben können, wenn wir die Themen vorbereiten. Also ihr seht, das ist alles, hat eine Verbindung. Hier mit diesem Torusfeld. Ne? Alles ist Elektrizität, Magnetismus. Wir werden auch ein paar Aspekte aus dem Film Matrix mal aufgreifen wieder. Es ist eine Menge zu tun, ne? Eine ganze Menge. Um bestimmte Sachen mal hier richtig aufzuarbeiten. Gut, ich denke mal, wir belassen das jetzt wirklich mal so langsam. Es ist Zeit, sich auszuruhen. Ich bedanke mich nochmal bei euch War echt schön, hat mir gefallen. Und für alle die, die wirklich hier durchgehalten haben, die 4 Stunden, ähm, ja, war echt super toll von euch. Also, bis dahin, ich wünsche euch alles Gute erstmal, eine ruhige, entspannte Zeit und wir sehen uns. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Euer Tartaria Channel.